Okay, good evening. Welcome. Sorry, we're starting a little later than we advertised. We're trying to get through a couple of technical things. But I'd like to call to order this notice of special meeting for our logo design competition review for the Santan Valley Town Council on Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at approximately 5:36 p.m. Will our clerk confirm quorum?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay, we do have a quorum. This will take us to our item number 2 on the work session schedule. This is Town Logo Design Competition. Presentation of submitted logos designs for the logo design competition, providing an opportunity for the council and the public to view the entries in the bronze room, the room that we're in now, and our adjacent town office space, which we'll be going to in a minute, within the Santan Valley County complex. Council members may complete and submit ranking sheets identifying their top preferred designs. No final selection or formal council action will occur during this special meeting. Staff will tabulate the ranking sheets and the highest ranked designs, including any tie designs as applicable, may be presented for further consideration at a subsequent meeting. So prior to us going into our adjacent room over here, does any council member have any questions, comments, concerns about the rules, what we're doing here, how we're going to go about doing this? Any at all? Is Councilmember Wolfert with us online at the moment? Okay. He'll probably be for the regular session. Okay, well, if there is none, then we are going to proceed over. We'll follow Janet, our HR director, over to the next room.
Close the special meeting.
Okay, I think we got everyone back from our quick little work session that we had. Does any council member have any discussion or comments regarding what we did and where we're going from here? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to adjourn our special meeting?
Mayor, I motion to adjourn our special meeting.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
I think Councilmember Jenkins seconded it first. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it. We are adjourned out of our special meeting. And that will bring us right to calling to order our regular session of the Santan Valley Town Council on this Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 6 p.m. Will the clerk please take a roll call?
Schnepp,
Present.
Hutchins,
Present.
Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins. Here. Councilmember Oaks.
Here.
Councilmember Tyler is absent excused. Councilmember Wolfert.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to wish Councilmember Wolfert the best as he's a little under the weather, but able to join us via technology. So when we hope to have Councilmember Tyler back with us next time. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do our Pledge of Allegiance. I will go ahead and start us with that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Ken Bell will lead us in our invocation.
Mayor Schnepp, Mayor, Vice Mayor Hudgens, council members, staff workers, residents, as you desire, please join me in prayer. Oh God, before we address tonight's business, we do pause to acknowledge you, your sovereign and wise and loving guidance over all creation. Together as a council, members, residents, managers, and staff, we ask that you would prosper the work of our hands. For we seek solutions to pressing issues. We desire to establish and perfect an effective government for our town. And we purpose attentiveness both to today's needs and future goals. So continue to prosper the work of our hands. And as we meet, we pray for our country. May it be one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. We pray for our president, Mr. Trump, and for our military poised and active in the Middle East. We commend all things to you, personal and corporate, praying in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Bell. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, this is going to bring us to our item number 4. This is the mayor and council member may present a brief report on current events. This is an information item only. Council shall not propose, discuss, deliberate, or take legal action on the information presented. We're going to go ahead and start with Councilmember Wolfert. If you have anything, please present that.
I have nothing at this time, Mayor.
Okay, get feeling better, by the way. Councilmember Hunt.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jenkins.
I have there's 2 meetings coming up next week. On the 12th, on Tuesday, there's the 3rd zoning code meeting from 6 to 8 in this room. You can take a look at the code. I think there was a QR code at the time floating around, so you can take a look at that, but it's important to get your thoughts on that. And then the next meeting, May 14th, Thursday, that's the IPAC Citizen Review meeting, which everybody probably got their yellow cards in the mail. If you didn't, you can look at mine. But that meeting is scheduled here as well. And that is at 4 o'clock. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Oaks.
I attended the Santan Valley Interfaith Breakfast, and that, I want you to know, that group is coming together independent of us. We can be involved as much as we want. They're doing great things. They have already paired churches with schools, trying to get churches to support schools and things they need. And they're planning a September 12th day of service. And they're hoping to include the town and anybody, other volunteers to participate in a community day of service. So we'll hear more about that in the future.
Yeah, appreciate that. Vice Mayor Hudgens.
Yes, the mayor and I had the opportunity to visit the community of Solera, where we joined Rural Metro and getting to discuss the partnership that the town has created with Rural Metro, and then to allow some of the citizens to ask questions. And so I think that was a great way to get some information about, and I look forward to some other opportunities where we can continue to provide information about Rural Metro to the community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a lot of things. I'll try to decipher if I can get through all of them. I had the great pleasure and opportunity to be invited to go to the state of Mesa and listen to Mayor Freeman discuss the affairs of and where the city of Mesa is, and that was a good learning point for our future when the time comes for us to be able to do a state of Santan Valley and where we're at. And I tell you, they got a lot of manufacturing going on in Mesa, but it was very helpful and insightful, and a lot of good information was given there. And so that was a great opportunity that I had. I have a opportunity here. Well, let me go to this one first. This is coming up. We have a summer workshop. This is by the fosteringchampions.org. And over the summer, they will work by having some summer workshops. You can go and register. It's e.scott@fosteringchampions.org. You can also pick up a link to their flyer, and we'll try to put it on hopefully our website, off District 2, Mike Goodman's website too. But they have a different variety of dates and workshops that the youth can attend. Give them something over the summer to do. This is a great group. This group is also working with the group homes. Excuse me. I have to apologize. I got allergies that are taking over my nasal cavity and they're winning. So excuse me for my nasalness and my throat. But they're working right now with Supervisor Goodman's office also, and they want to work with Santan Valley to help these group homes, like 23 group homes that are in Santan Valley, to try to get mentors for these youth, for these young people who are living in these group homes, and giving them an opportunity to just have time with someone, to be loved, to be known that they are seen, and to provide this mentor to them to help lead them onto a hopefully a better future for them because of their circumstance that they're in. And there are some circumstances that they're in that we need to reach out and try to help these young people in our community. And so this group, the Fostering Champions, they're asking and seeking for some volunteers. And I just wanted to make that known publicly that they'd be willing to take, if you're interested, you could reach out to our staff and send me a message. I can get you in contact with them to mentor these young people. It would be a commitment of at least once a day or a few hours in a week. But it's something that if you're interested in, you would have to pass a background check and get fingerprinted. But it'd be an opportunity for our community to help these young people probably fill a gap in their lives that they don't have right now. And so if we could, I wanted to make that known to the citizens of Santan Valley that that's an opportunity out there for us. I think I think that's a lot. I can address some of these other things at a future date that are at later dates, so I'll go ahead and end it right there. But thank you for appeasing us in some of the events that we are taking into consideration and that we have attended. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item number 5. This is the town manager report. This is a report on current events. This is for information item only. Council should not propose, discuss, deliberate, or take legal action on the information presented. Turn the time over to you, Brent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Again, appreciate this opportunity and to be able to contribute to this fine community. The first item I had on my list tonight to speak to is our Munis, which is our finance software implementation for the town. But I think it'd probably be more appropriate to have Eric from Munis come up and kind of give a rundown of where we're at on implementing our finance software.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor, Council, residents, for the opportunity to provide a quick update. I know you have a lot on the agenda today, so I wanted to give a quick update on your Tyler Enterprise ERP financial management system, human resource management system, and enterprise planning. First off, I'd really like to have each team member introduce themselves. They have done an amazing job, and I'll get into some of those details, including your Santan Valley team. We'll start in the back. Gabe?
Finance Director for Town of Santan Valley. I'm Jason Shaw. I'm your primary implementation consultant. I have a background in human resources and in finance.
I'm Jacqueline McGill. I am the project manager. So I'm going
And Janet?
Janet's next door.
Janet's next door. So your HR director, also huge, playing an integral role in that implementation. And Robert?
I'm Robert Stanley. I'm the IT director for Santan Valley.
Excellent. So what I really wanted to communicate was the accelerated timeline that we're implementing with. Over the last 5 months, we have implemented a project up and through the go live readiness stage which is where we're at now. The last 5 weeks, we completed tasks that normally take 12 to 24 months, and 12 months with just HR, human resource planning, payroll. Not only did we configure everything working, collaborating with the town project team, but we've had over 1,300 chart of account records, all payroll records, and I get it's a smaller team. However, the configuration is still the same. You still have thousands of records that have to be built, tested, the foundation being laid by deploying with our IT team and Robert working, Gabe and Janet working to test all of our configuration that we've done. So we are on track for first checks to be printed on May 22nd. And we are 2 months ahead of financials go live. So the financials, we're looking to go live in July. Actually 2 months ahead, ready to start processing vendor payments and all that fun stuff, and permitting as well. That is on track. That's really the main update I wanted to provide today.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Second item I have is development impact fee study. Just to make everybody aware, June 3rd is the public hearing on the development impact fee study. The town has applied for membership to the Maricopa Association of Governments, or MAG. They were at our last meeting and gave a presentation. I'm happy to say that the MAG Regional Council is scheduled to vote on our membership on May 27th. With respect to the zoning code, thank you, Councilmember Jenkins, for saying this, but I'll reemphasize it. We've been doing a lot on the zoning code side. Zoning code has been advertised, posted, signs are up throughout the community, QR codes created. Hold up your postcard again. We mailed out about 50,000 postcards to all residents of Santan Valley, as well as any properties within 300 feet of our boundary. The IPAC neighborhood meetings on May 14th. And then council will have their public hearings on May 20th and June 1st for adoption. So if anybody's interested, the other thing I would add with respect to that if you do use the QR code or go to the site, the first 2 sections of the code are posted. We received the second half of the code, the second 2 sections yesterday. They're undergoing legal review and we'll get them posted as soon as we can. You'll be able to see the entire code. Next item is transaction privilege tax. I think I've mentioned this in previous meetings, but we sent out over 700 letters to every business that we were able to compile through multiple different sources for potential businesses. I say potential because we got some of them returned in Santan Valley. We'll be meeting and having the public hearing on TPT on July 1st. One of the things I think is important to speak to is the mayor recently attended what's called an ADOT listening session in Apache Junction. He was so inspired by that event. He wanted to make sure that we got an opportunity as Santan Valley to host an event. So we met with ADOT, I think it was last week, and went over what the scope of that meeting will be. It'll be invitee only. It's a small group meeting. And they want us to reach all different sides of the community in terms of nonprofits, education, healthcare, et cetera. And we're scheduling that for mid-July. So look forward to that. Lieutenant Benedict, I saw the sheriff. He was in here earlier. There he is. Lieutenant Benedict will be our commanding officer for our Santan Valley Police Force. He and I have been meeting. I got a tour of their facility and we've had some good discussions. He'll be coming to the May 20th meeting to address the council and have a discussion with respect to police services and the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. One of the things that I received this week that I would just bring to the council's attention is Salt River Project, SRP, will be hosting a nuclear expo May 20th. If you're interested in attending, please let me know. And also for the council, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns Conference is August 18th through the 21st. If you're interested in attending, please reach out to Dana or myself. As you'll see when we look at the budget, we've budgeted for all the council members to go. We just need to head count because the next thing we'll need to do is start booking hotel rooms. The last thing I have on my update is Robert will be meeting with ASU with respect to the contract we approved at the last meeting to start on the website on May the 12th. That's all I had, Mayor.
A lot of great news there. I just want to reiterate to the public how our software company here has been working at lightning speed to get this information for us in such a short period of time. I've been through a transition of one software overtaking another software implementation, and it takes months and weeks. And these guys, although we don't have a previous system, they have given us a priority and attention because they want us to succeed and they want us to get there. And it's great news that we are about there. And we'll be able to start writing our own checks and paying our own vendors and our employees. So it's been a fantastic relationship with them, and we couldn't be more satisfied and happy to have them there. And you probably are seeing, I don't know if we mentioned it, those big signs that are all throughout Santan Valley that have to do with our zoning code update and the posting there. So that's great. Thank you, Brent, for that. Okay, so our next agenda item is number 6. It's a consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda may be approved by one motion and one vote. Any council member may remove an item from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. So I'd like to open it up to the council. Is there any member that would like to discuss, remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Jenkins.
I don't need to remove it, but on the April 1st minutes, I found a typographical error that we can correct. It's, I don't know if I need to tell you now. It's on page 2. It has to do with the expenditure limitation, and it has a period instead of a comma. So
So that we can either pull that and bring it back, or if there's a motion to approve the consent agenda, there. Yeah, I guess we pull that one item. It's probably
Except for
this.
it's a comma versus a period. Maybe she
Okay.
can just state that in her motion.
It'd
Right.
be a
Maybe just-
stipulation to say with the change from a comma to a period.
As noted by Councilmember Jenkins on the, yeah, let's go ahead and that would
Would
work.
that be appropriate? Be okay? Okay, great. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Any other council member have either item A, B, C, or D that they would like pulled for further discussion? We did have the opportunity to go through each of these in our packet and have the opportunity to read up on them and had a presentation on them prior. So if no further comments, questions, or discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
We approve the petition. I mean,
Did you say your honor? I think you're following.
Here.
Oh, you don't have a
minutes. That's okay. I can talk later.
So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
And just to clarify, that motion to approve
yeah.
is with the modification to
Page 2.
page 2 of the April 1st agenda minutes as stated by Councilmember Jenkins.
Correct?
Yeah. So we have a motion with that one stipulation of a change. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items A through D on our consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, Councilmember Wolford, I was a little too fast on that one. Sounds like the ayes have it. Motion carries. Agenda items are approved. Okay. We're going to now go into our presentations. Item number 7 on our agenda. The first one will be item A, a legislative update from the town manager. This will provide an update on legislative matters affecting the town and discuss any relevant developments during the current legislative session. Council discussion may follow, but no council action will be taken. Brent, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you again for providing me the time to provide the legislative update. As it's been at our 2 previous meetings, there's not a lot going on. The talk of the state right now is the fact that the House approved a budget, sent it to the Senate approved it, went to the governor, and she vetoed it yesterday. So I'm being told that there is lots of meetings to try and negotiate at this point, and I think I had mentioned that was likely at our last meeting. I didn't want to leave you wanting, so 2 of the bills that we've discussed throughout the legislative session, the first being HCR 2016, which is the striker, having to do with the fees, taxes, services, permits, freeze for 4 years. The good news is it was not included as part of the budget, which that typically would be shown because it has to do with fees and collections and taxes. The bad news is it's still out there and it may rear its head. So we just need to pay attention and keep tracking that. The next one is Senate Bill 1431, which we've always referred to as the Design Standards Bill. Similarly, there's been no movement. The one thing I would point out to everyone is it only requires 1 vote. It's already been approved in the House. It went to the Senate. It's gone through all the committees. All it has to have is an approval by the committee of the whole, and it'll go to the governor's office. But as of now, there's no movement and no discussion. With that, that's my legislative report.
Thank you, Brent. Any comments or discussion on what we've been presented? Okay, well, not much is going to happen until, I guess, ultimately the governor passes a budget or signs a budget in. Otherwise, everything's at a standstill for us. Okay, we'll move on to item number B. This is a presentation of the town manager's draft budget for fiscal year 2026 to 27. This is a presentation and discussion regarding town's draft budget, including overview and discussion of proposed revenues and expenditures. Council discussion and direction to staff may follow. No council action will be taken. And Gabe our finance director, will be presenting to us.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So tonight we're going to go over the draft manager's budget. Feels like we were just here doing the interim budget. So we get to do two different budgets or do two different fiscal years in 3 months, which is pretty, talk about first anywhere. That's a first here again. So, so to kind of just give an overview, this is going to be kind of a 30,000 foot view. We have a little bit of time. And I say a little bit, we do have a little bit. We have our schedule that we're going to follow. But this is to get some numbers in front of council and for the audience to know where we're going, where we're at in the process. This is going to be fluid as things change, as we're in our implementations of softwares and our billings and things like that that go along with it. So all of these things are subject to change. We're working on them internally every day. Brent and I think, sit down probably about 2 or 3 times a day and update a number or take a number out or do something with the number. So we do have a plan in place. We're going to have a couple more times that we're going to bring this to you guys for input and suggestions. We're going to go through it all with a fine tooth comb. But barring all that, let's get to it. So let's see.
One more time.
There we go. So the calendar. So tonight we're here for the manager's budget discussion with council. Again, 30,000 foot view. On the 12th of May, it was council's wish to put together a budget task force. We have reached out to those members that were selected.
And Gabe, just to be clear, that's a manager directed task force.
Correct. So Brent has assigned the people that are be on that committee. They're going to meet with me and Brent on the 12th. We have a council meeting on the 13th. So we're going to get them some input. We're going to send them the same stuff that you guys have in front of you and along with the documents that you guys have. So they get kind of that 30,000 foot view. We're going to go in and dive into some things a little bit more. The 13th, we'll bring back to council feedback from that budget task force, as well as any changes that you guys bring up to Brent that you guys want to see in the budget. And then on June 3rd is when we actually start the process of formally adopting the 26-27 budget. That's the tentative budget. When we approve that tentative budget, again, that's the overall level of expenditures that we can spend in a year. Now, what's tricky about that for us is it's already set for us. With the state imposed limitation in place, we have no option. That's the maximum amount of money we can spend. We could collect $500 million next year, but we can only spend the state imposed amount. So, and that state expenditure limitation is not going to be enough to run this town the way that we need to run the town and get the things that all the people in Santan Valley want to see. But that, again, sets that upper limit. We already know what it is. So it's kind of working backwards because you go from there and you work backwards and the numbers are going to be what the numbers are and where they're going to fit where they're going to fit. Any number above that will still remain with us. We just can't spend it, but it will remain in the coffers, if you will, and be carried over to the following year when hopefully we have the permanent based adjustment, which will allow us to set a higher limitation set by the council and the voters. So local control, the whole reason you guys incorporated was to have local control over your money. This is going to be the first chance you have to really put that in place.
Sorry, Gabe. I wanted to give a shout out to santanvalley.com. They published something on their website today, and I was very surprised and very pleased to see it. But they gave a rundown of what is expenditure limitation and what is a permanent base adjustment. And that's just wonderful of them to watch our meetings and provide information that's useful to educate the public. So I wanted to tell them thank you.
Awesome. So that tentative budget, again, setting the upper limit. Okay, things can change below. You can go down from the tentative. You cannot go up from the tentative. Kind of same thing that we've just kind of been through. Final adoption will be on June 20th, and then our new year starts July 1. So that takes us through that. So the manager's budget summary. So we talked about the state imposed expenditure limitation. We cannot spend more than 79,146,448. So the pop quiz for right now is, what's our tentative budget number going to be? 79,146,448. So regardless of any other numbers, that has to be it. We cannot go higher than that. So that's taking all of the surprise away from anything else we're doing. Estimated carryovers. So as you know, we adopted a budget for April, May, and June. We haven't been able to spend any of it because we're implementing Tyler Technologies and our purchasing and our AP functions. And so we can't write our own checks yet. So we've spent zero. But I'll have you know that the revenues are trending a little bit better than our budget. And again, that estimated budget was our consultants that came in and helped us out, plus with some input from Brent and I. But the good news is they're trending a little bit higher. We're looking at, instead of $10 million for the 25-26 year, we're looking about 13.7 is about what it's going to be. So that's kind of a good news in general fund. And HERF, we're looking at carrying over 4,735,828, which is, again, that's the trending number that we're going to see, as opposed to 4.7 million. So both of those are just a little bit higher, which is good news for us. But the real secret to the carryovers is we're basically at June 30th, we're going to write a check, because we're hopefully getting able to cut checks in 2 weeks. We're going to write a check to our friends over at Queen Creek to pay off the balance that we owe. So that way we're going into the new year as close to zero as we can. Obviously, there'll be some things that kind of filter in and out, but we do have 60 days past year end to close out the prior year. So we will get Queen Creek paid through the end of June 30th to be able to start the new year with all of our own money. Now, what that contract will
Principal
say-
and interest?
Principal and interest, correct.
Do you know
that's
that? Do you
a
know?
win.
Do you know that total amount? How much that was?
Right now, I'm estimating that to be about 1.9 million. That could change a little bit just depending on what other softwares we get implemented, what things. But kind of right now, again, that floating number is about 1.9. That's how I came up with the 11.7 carryover, because we end up about 13.6. Pay them off, and we should have about 11.7 left to start the new year. Projected 26-27 state shared revenues. These come from the League of Cities and Towns. They send out a document to all finance directors and managers telling them what state shared revenues are anticipated to be. So for general fund, we're looking about 41.8 million or 41.9 million. And that would come from urban revenue share, state sales tax, and VLT, vehicle license tax. HERF, which is also state share revenue, goes into HERF because it's a restricted fund.
Highway User Revenue Fund. It's for roads only.
So we have to use that. So that's why it's restricted. We keep it in its own fund. That looks to be about right at $8 million. It's 7,956,949, as we have up on the slide. So what we're looking at is the manager's budget unknowns. So how we're sitting here and we're saying, okay, we know what money we're coming in per se. We know how much we're going to spend, right? That's already set for us. So we have no historical baseline. We have no idea what it costs to run Santan Valley because it never existed. So we're going on figuring out what that is. We're talking to our directors daily. We're talking to community members, talking to council, figuring out what it's going to take to run this municipality. So there's no historical baseline. If 5 years from now, we'll say over the last 4 years, we averaged this amount in this line item, my job becomes really easy at that point. It's kind of just plug and play. We figure out what new things we're doing and we go. Right now, we have no idea. We're kind of figuring out the best we can. And that's just to be completely honest with you guys. And we do hard. We all have experience. We've done this for a long time. You have probably some pretty good estimates. So legislative constraints, the big, beautiful bill, that could be something that's going to affect the amount of state shared revenues we have. And that's kind of a corrective action based off of some federal legislation. We're looking at about a $1.3 million hit. So that will come out of our state shared revenues. There's no state approved budget. I think Brent alluded to that in his manager's report. There could be potential sweeps of funds. So that could affect state shared revenues in some way or another. So we're closely watching that.
One of the things that I found out just this week that has to do with this is about 6 years ago, the Arizona Department of Revenue essentially got the legislature to take a portion of the state shared revenues to fund the Department of Revenue. Last year, that ended. It's been reinstated in the proposed budget, and the number I was provided was about $78,000. So if the budget gets approved and that item is in there, that's just an example of 78,000 that we won't get in state shared revenues.
Thank you, Brent. So permanent base adjustment, we talked about that. We're going to have that election later on. That would obviously help us out. It would help us with budgeting. It would help us plan for the future. It'd help us get revenues in, apply for big grants, apply for things that will help us get some of the infrastructure improvements and parks needs and recreation needs, all that kind of stuff that we're looking to do. That would help us out. Give you local control of your money. Let your council and the citizens decide how much money we spend, not the state.
And that was for us to vote on a capped number that we don't have to keep having it come back to us every year or whatever it was to say, okay, we want to approve this number and this number. This is it.
Right.
Could be like 800 million or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be a big number. And the reason is because right now, if you look at it with state shared revenues, we have what, 50 million. We're going to get state or our own local sales tax, TPT tax. That's obviously going to bring that up. We'll probably start getting some grants. That's going to bring that up. So all of these things that we do, revenue generators are going to bring those totals up. So in order to be able to spend them, you got to have that cap. So that'll allow us to grow into our number.
Okay.
So, and again, that's just a quick plug. That doesn't change the amount of money we bring in. It doesn't lower taxes if you don't pass it. It just means you're asking for the maximum amount you can spend.
Gabe, for the folks in the audience and watching on TV, Queen Creek's budget's over 650 million, and I think their permanent base adjustment is 800 million.
And again, you'll find usually that you'll see a budget and you'll find that we don't spend up to that budget. And for the simple reason is you budget all of your revenues and your carryovers in the event that something happens. If council decides, hey, we have this opportunity to partner and do this project, we need to have the ability to do that in the budget. So a lot of the money that you see in the budget is just a budgetary figure just in case, right? So it's in case we could spend it. But usually you balance that budget, revenues and expenditures. You don't budget money or expenditures higher than your revenue, right? That's just, it has to be zero, okay? Model City Tax Code adoption. We did send out the letters for the Model City Tax Code, which is our transaction privilege tax or local sales tax. And 60 days from, I believe, like April 27th-ish, we'll come to the council and you guys will formally vote on that Model City Tax Code. And 60 days from there, it becomes effective and we'll start collecting that revenue. So again, a number that we don't know what that's going to be because we've never generated it. ADR took a long time to give us a list because they don't know it's hard to come up with these numbers. They've never got it. They don't know a number as well. So we will get that. We're going to work on it in coming years. We'll be better at predicting that amount and knowing what we're going to get.
And then at the 60 days, that'll be our opportunity to discuss and change if we want to certain amounts before it goes to our vote.
Yeah. And again, one of those things is think of everything we do as what's posted or anything. You can always go down, but you can't go up. Okay. So we usually put those numbers up a little higher in case something happens because we can go down. We just can't go up. So legislatively, that's just a housekeeping thing that we normally do. So you can probably just plan on that as we'll probably ask for the most and work down if we need to. The intergovernmental agreements with Pinal County, they're unknown for the simple fact that we're bringing a couple of them to you tonight, or we're working on them. But again, they don't know how much it costs to do all of our stuff. We don't know how much it costs to do all of our stuff. We're in the constant negotiations. I think we're on calls 3 times a week with them, amidst everything else we're doing to figure out what those numbers look like. And we won't really know until we get in it and start doing it. So again, the unknowns are, we know a base amount, we know about what they're charging us, we know about what it looks like, but what does that actually translate into? We'll figure that out as we're going. It's an unknown. We're working our best to do that. The last thing is, we talked about this. We even got an applause, which is great. The intergovernmental agreement with Queen Creek, the repayment, right? They've helped us out. They've been our friends. We want to be good stewards with them and pay them off and take care of them and really show them a thank you because, they're charging us 4%, which is not much at all, but they're doing some legwork behind the scenes. So to get them their money, to let them start reinvesting that for their citizens, you know, I think it's the right thing to do. And I know the council really wants to take care of that. And they're big on that. So we're going to do that. We don't know what that number is. Again, because we still have a couple weeks and a couple implementations, and we got to see what that number is going to look like. But we're going to take care of them, and we're going to get them paid off. All right. So, all right, shifting through all these papers. Revenue assumptions. We kind of hit on this a little bit. I'll try to go as fast as I can. I know we got a big meeting, but revenues for the following areas were estimated. There's no baseline and all subject not to exceed expenditure limitation, right? What's our top number? The 79 million. So we can't go higher than that. We know we have to fill that number though. Okay. We got state shared. We know what that is. We know what amounts that we need to get to. So the ones that are estimated are local taxes. Why? Because we don't have them implemented yet and we don't know how much we're going to get. By the time we start collecting money, could be about January-ish. So again, even then, we're probably going to have a couple months. When you think about transaction privilege tax, the one thing you got to understand is if I'm a business and I'm paying transaction privilege tax for the month of August, it's not due till September 15th. So by the time ADOR takes that money, distributes it out what they're doing, it's most likely October before you get August numbers. So you're always trailing about 2 months. And that's a safe thing in budgeting. What we do is we usually know that there's a trailing amount. So if we start collecting in January, we're not gonna get a payment till March, or, you know, a really baseline figure. Then we're sitting here in the budget again saying, how much are we gonna get? I don't know. You know, I mean, it's gonna be whatever comes in. Licenses and permits, again, it depends on when we get EPL coming, how busy Jimmy and the boys are gonna be. When the doors open and we have to start permitting for ourselves. I mean, it's gonna be a lot. I mean, but how much can we budget to? 79 million minus our state share revenues, come back down. So again, that's an estimate. Capital sales tax, council had talked about when we're doing the transportation privilege tax, or we talked about budget last year, we talked about using one-time money for not for operations, not for ongoing operations, because they are one time, using those for your infrastructure, your capital improvements, your one-time costs. So that's our capital sales tax. That'd be construction sales tax, some of the things that are one time. We don't know what that number is, but we know we're going to get some and we know we're going to do some projects. So again, what's that number? They share revenue minus these other numbers, figure them out. Development impact fees, you're in the middle of adopting that. We have it posted. We got to come back again, posted at what? A higher level. You can always go down, can't go up. But again, that's what we have to do with that. We don't know what that amount's going to be. By the time we get it adopted, it's going to be probably sometime October-ish, maybe November before we start getting money on that one as well. So we're looking at, you know, January before you start to get even just a baseline of one check that we're getting, right? So again, an unknown number that we're doing our best to figure out what it is, okay? So staffing wise, I was number 3. So we're up to 9 right now. We're going to have 14 by the end of next year, which is basically 5 new people that we're looking to add in that next year. Again, how many more? Could that be more? Could we come to council and maybe ask for more? Probably. I mean, it just depends on how many people are lining up for permits. How many people are, you know, I mean, what do we get a grant that we can do a project that we can get people working on things? It just depends on how we're operating. But again, council is going to be very involved in that. The public will be aware of that. We'll bring everything before council, before any of those are obviously made, because they're big expenditures or ongoing expenditures. But basically you'll see a negative there. We didn't fire anybody. We just split somebody between 2 departments. So it was budgeted in one area, but we moved it to the other. So it has to be a negative in order to make it all work. So 5 new positions roughly. Let's see. And if I'm going too fast, you guys just slow me down. I'm trying to go and respect everybody else's time here tonight.
It looks like the community development's going to have the most employees.
Yeah.
Which there's going to be a lot to do there.
So revenues, again, general fund, you look at the ones with asterisks, local taxes, permits, fines and forfeitures, which is our courts money. We don't know what that number is going to be either. I didn't put that on the slide, but I'm not perfect. The asterisk indicates amounts to estimated to get expenditure limitation, and the amounts are going to vary, just depending on what it is. We kind of talked about that. State share revenues are based on League of City and Town estimates. And I did an interest estimate. It's probably low, 1.5%. As we get going and start spending our own money, we'll be able to get our money into at least the money market fund that's going to pay us more money because we'll be a high balance client for the bank if we don't spend everything right away. So we'd like to generate some of that money. I just did a running total of an estimate of about what I think we're going to have throughout the year at different points. Put it at 1.5%. It's a figure. It's it's probably going to change, but hopefully it gets higher. But we're looking at last year we budgeted, or for April, May, June, we budgeted 10 million, looking at 55,828. Okay. Expenditure wise, if you go down, yes.
Is that BBB adjustment? Is that the
Big beautiful bill adjustment, yeah.
part of that 78,000?
Yes, so it's what she's talking about is right there with the less BBB adjustment.
Councilwoman, it's two separate things. So the 78,000 is a state adjustment where we will, based on population, be charged to support Department of Revenue. Big, beautiful bill. Perhaps I should have said this earlier. Obviously, that was just approved and signed by the president about 3 months ago. Changes the way the taxation is done. And so after that was approved at the federal level, the federal government made notice to the state and essentially said the state's tax code needs to come into alignment with the federal tax code. But there were a number of tax cuts and those types of things that occurred. So they're based on, the State Department of Revenue. If we were, and our state legislature has chosen at this point to not make all the changes from the big, beautiful bill. They're just making a portion of them. But if those changes are made as part of the approved budget, what they sent us is a draft number of 1.28 million that we would lose in state shared revenue just due to the state tax code and changes due to the federal bill, if that helps.
Anything else? Okay. Expenditures, these are general fund expenditures, kind of the same. You can see year over year, they did grow. And the reason is because we're figuring out more what it's going to be, and it's for 12 months and not 3 months. So those numbers are going to get a little bit bigger. We do have some of those numbers in. I mean, the big ones that pop out of you right there, the police, 17.3 million. That's a summation of our agreements with Pinal County, Public Works. If you look at the total expenditures, match our revenues. Again, we balance revenues and expenditures. We budget all of the carryover, we budget everything, which is why you see the contingency at 28 million. That's going to be that filler number. And it basically gives us that guide of if we do have something that we need to bring to council to get done, that's where it would come from. Ideally, depending on what it is, it's obviously going to be something very good for the community and something that we believe that it needs to come out of that money to be able to go to, because we do know we have a lot of things that we're going to have to pay for going forward. So special revenues, so that's general fund. That's our unobligated revenues that come in. Special revenue is revenue that we get, but it has a little bit of a tag on it. Obviously, the one Brent had talked about was Highway User Revenue Fund. I spelled it out. I'll just get used to saying HERF, so I apologize that. So again, roughly $8 million, 7.956, depending on how you want to round it, but $8 million. Again, the interest, 1.5% on basically whatever numbers I looked at to kind of see where we were going to be. Gave us about 120 grants. Grants, that's a filler number, but again, goes against the 79 million that we can spend. So I had to put something somewhere. So we put $2 million in there for grants, hoping that we get some, because that could be one-time money that we can be used. That saves our money, right? But helps us get something done that we need to get done. So we put $2 million in there. If we end up getting grants at 4 million, probably good, because we just won't spend it somewhere else. So it's kind of just a count. We don't spend it, then we carry it on. So, and again, we can spend up to that 79. We're probably not going to spend that much, but we'll get, we have that cushion that we need to be able to spend it in case we get a $10 million grant. Okay, so the special revenues against Highway User Revenue Fund can only be spent on roads and road improvements. So that's why it's separated into its own special fund, and those things can be used for salaries and personnel. So we have some in there, but at the same time, it's mostly road repairs and maintenance. Special revenue expenditures, surprise, surprise. The total ends up being the 1076, which we budgeted for revenues. Again, you budget all of it to make sure you got it. So HERP operations is 5.3 million. We left about a $2.8 million contingency for things that may come up. This could be a project or something. If something comes in over budget, we have an amount to do that. Again, those would come to council before approval because those are usually bigger items. Over 75,000 has to come back to council, even if it's in the budget. So those are things that we all will speak about publicly before it gets spent. Okay, and that's just a protection for everybody. Capital projects. So a little bit different. HERF was for operations, can pay for salaries, can pay for things like that. In our capital projects, that's again, one-time expenditures, bigger items, fixed assets, things that last more than 3 years, or, you know, that have an expenditure amount over, I believe here, we chose the capitalization threshold at about 10,000. So anything over 10,000 useful life over 3 years gets put in one of these budgets here. Pinal County road tax, you guys have not had that yet. We get that in September, but it's going to be for the whole fiscal year. We're looking at about $9 million. So if you look at the year before, we didn't budget anything for it. About $9 million coming in there. And then about 135,000 interest. Again, 1.5% based on some figure of what the average balance might be. Capital sales tax. Again, this is the one-time revenue that we anticipate getting. So construction sales tax or any other one-time revenue that we designate, and we meaning the council and Brent. So about 4.1 million. Again, a guess. We don't know what that number is going to be, but for purposes of this, again, interest 1.5% based on some kind of amount throughout the year. Development impact fees. This number is the lowest because as we're going through the budget carryover or the revenue and expenditure carryover sheet, as I go down and budget everything, this is the last item. So the filler number comes here, 500,000. We're probably going to get more in impact fees, but again, to stay under that 79 million, this is what it's going to be. So if we do get $1 million, we can still spend, I'm saying if we get $1 million, we can still spend $1 million. We just have to keep other expenditures down to stay under the expenditure limitation.
One thing that I would mention to the audience and the folks watching at home is development impact fee funds are not like county road tax, HERF, sales tax, where you get a check every month. Development impact fees, the only time you get that is if somebody builds a house. So if 1 month there was 10 permits issued in the town of Santan Valley, you'd get whatever our diff amount is times 10. If there was 100 the next month. So it's very difficult to gauge how much we'll receive in diff because it's very dependent upon the market and the market conditions. But you could have months where there's 0 permits and you get $0 in diff. It's just a different type of fund that's collected in a very different way. Hopefully that was helpful.
And again, very restricted. It has to be used for those purposes outlined in your infrastructure improvement plan. The other thing is if you take down a house and put a house up on the same thing, there's no impact fee. It has to be on unimproved ground that a new, has to have a new impact, I guess, if you will, on the town. So again, that's one of the hardest numbers. So that was the last field number that you used to get to your 79 million. So
But we could get a re-permitting fee
we'll get the re-permitting
if they tore the house down and built the new one.
There you go. Mayor's catching on.
And the demo permit fee.
So expenditures, capital projects, again, matching the revenues all the way down, 13.8 million is what we're looking at. Types of capital improvement projects. I think that's what most people want to see is what are we doing out there? Nobody cares that they pay us. They want to know what are you guys going to be doing? What projects are going to get done? This is the thunder. So out of capital sales tax, we put some furniture, fixtures, and equipment town-wide. I mean, you guys have seen our offices. Hopefully, we're going to enter into a lease for some new office space, but we'll have to furnish that place. We're going to have to get desks, computers, chairs, all kinds of stuff. So we have 250,000 in there. Will we use 250,000? I don't know, probably less. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, but it was a good figure for us to use. But we know we need to outfit those offices. Capital sales tax, we're looking at a couple of vehicles, 2 for the community development. That'd be our people running out and doing inspections and different things like that. 1 for the community development administration, and then admin and council were looking to get a vehicle. So that way you guys don't have to use your own mileage if you're heading to meetings, and it'd be kind of fun to watch you guys fight over the one car, but, so we'll have it.
Depends on the car.
So we put, so we actually put 4 in there. I said 3. It's actually 4 total vehicles, put about 270,000. Pinal County road tax, these are our road projects, right? So out of Pinal County road tax, that's the half-cent road tax we get from the county, and we usually do projects with that. Okay, and it's again like HERF, same rules, same everything, just different name, but you have to do road projects. You can't do anything else. You can't pay me out of there. You can't do anything like that. We usually save that just for our actual projects. So there's a Gansel and Pecan radii reconstruction. I thought that was a misspelling, and Brad had to tell me because I don't know what a radii is, but
Multiple radiuses.
there you go. I do know that now. So, so Pinal County road tax again, Hunt Highway and Bella Vista median, Schneff Road turn lane at Rolling Ridge, another turn lane on Schneff for Hash Knife Draw, pavement preservation. Again, that could be any type of project. It could be turning a dirt road into chip seal, doing some of those improvements. Kind of the bigger ones, not just necessarily the maintenance that's in HERF, but kind of a bigger dollar amount of pavement preservation, 1.8 million.
Chip seal, slurry seal, mill and overlay, squeegee seal, a maintenance project.
So they love going over all that stuff. It means nothing to me in terms of, I just know the numbers, but I'm sure some of what I say to them doesn't make sense either. So it's fair. And then a street sweeper, we're looking to get a street sweeper. Hopefully we can get it donated as part of a grant. So part of the grants we're talking about, this will be a match if there's a grant for it. So this is what Santan Valley would pay. Usually these things are they used to be about 300,000. I think they're about 5 or 6 now.
I'm glad you said that because you don't buy a street sweeper for 31,000. I didn't want anybody to think that. That's just our match
Yeah.
on a grant that we're hoping to get.
Right, Chris? About 600? Yeah. See, I know a little bit of that stuff. But our match, I really like that number as a finance director. Instead of paying 600, I'll pay 31 all day long. So
The public.
yeah. So really, that's kind of, again, real high level, 30,000 foot, just an intro to where we're going, to give you guys a basis of where we started at, what we have going on internally. Again, these numbers are going to change a little bit. The obvious number that's never going to change is what? The 79 million, right? So that's our theme for the next month and a half, is going to be that 39 or 79 million for the state expenditure limitation. But we're going to do our best to fill in those gaps, do our best to project those revenues and get everything out there. So hopefully, if you guys have any questions, again, our next step, just so we know and so the public knows, we got our meeting on the 12th with the manager's budget task force committee. And then we'll come back to you guys on the 13th, which is the next day, give kind of the public an update of what that committee had said based on, and then give a feedback of what information we get from the council between now and then. And then what we'll do is a couple weeks later, we'll come back with a tentative budget. And if everybody agrees, then we'll pass the final budget a couple weeks after that.
And real quick, just so that the public knows that those members that are going to be on the task force are residents of Santan Valley. So
That's correct.
So,
I just wanted to do one clarification. I don't want the public to think that Gabe and I just sat in the back room with a dartboard and threw darts to try and find these numbers. There was a lot of research that is behind some of these numbers and how we arrived at them. A lot of work and time has gone into it. Unfortunately, for some of these items, we tried very, very, very hard to try and determine, for example, what we could project as transaction privilege tax revenue or sales tax. We talked to the Department of Revenue. We talked to the League of Cities and Towns. We called other cities. We had conversations with chambers to just try and understand how many businesses we have here and what likely revenues will be. And frankly, nobody knows. Nobody can give us an answer. But I would share with you, just so that everybody knows, some of our comparators in Pinal County, there's a gigantic range. Queen Creek's TPT is about $80 million. Casa Grande is about $50 million. Maricopa's is about $44 million. Apache Junctions is $24 million. So through Gabe and I's research and kind of going through the maturations on this stuff, we think that we're going to be a whole lot closer to Apache Junction than Queen Creek, just with the amount of commercial that we have here in town, as well as the leakage that's been documented through the county studies from this area. So we weren't throwing darts at a dartboard. We don't own a dartboard because we don't have any money to pay for one. So
So with that, I guess I'll open it up if you guys have any questions or comments or.
Council member, yeah, go ahead.
You answered most of my questions, but I was wondering what contingency plans exist if the state shared revenues come in lower than projected?
So
Or did you
Councilmember,
go low?
Great question. So usually, and I'm gonna jinx myself really bad right now, but that's okay. Usually the numbers that we get for state share come in pretty right on. When you look at urban revenue share, which is the amount of state income tax, that's pretty much spot on because they go off of collections from the prior years. So 2 years ago, we know what the state knows what that number is because the income tax returns are already filed. They're paid. They know that amount. That one doesn't change too much. State sales tax could change a little bit, usually pretty spot on. If I've seen anything, I've seen it be higher rather than lower. Because if you look at our budgeted, our projection, April, May, June, it's higher than it was, right? So it's usually there. We have that contingency, and so to make you feel a little bit better is we're going to be monitoring that like crazy. We're going to be running these numbers, doing projections throughout the year, keeping you guys informed of it, giving you guys reports to figure that out. So if we see ourselves trending lower, we have the ability to adjust down and say we're going to halt some of this spending because we're worried about this. And if it comes back and you have some months where we do a little bit better, we can then ramp back up. So we will be monitoring that. And there's a little bit of cushion, but again, knock on wood, those numbers are usually pretty solid. Right.
Gabe, I'm going to give you an assist. One of the things that we heard during the adoption process for the interim budget, I believe it came from the vice mayor, was a discussion about when we receive those revenues and when we program expenditures to be conservative and to really work hard to proactively financially plan, including holding funds in reserve from received revenues. So what Gabe said before is exactly right. You saw a very large contingency in there. That's our cushion, right? But please, your assist is talk to him about what we're planning to do with those revenues and budgeting going forward in terms of annual costs.
Stump me. No, I'm just kidding. So again, with the state imposed limitation, we have that 79 million. Ideally, we're probably going to be higher than that. As Brent mentioned, we have, what do I have in there? Like 10 local taxes, 11.7. We think we might be about 25. So there's some leeway in there. We'll get it. It'll be in contingency. It rolls over. We have.
I was talking about how you're budgeting for rainy day fund or funding. If the wheels fell off and construction went way down, you set a portion of this money in reserve.
Yeah, so that's the 28 million that we have. It's in reserve. This carryover as well. So we have that as a rainy day. Right now, we aim to. I'd had some discussions with different council members with Brent. We have 1 year in the bank is what we're looking to do. We're looking to have at least 100% of general fund operations set aside for that rainy day and when things don't go our way. Okay, that should be at least enough. We know we probably want that a little bit higher for the simple reason of we're at some point going to have to buy land for parks. We're going to have to buy land for town hall. We're going to have to buy land for public works departments. We're going to have to buy all of these different things. So 100% is our baseline. We'd like to have more, which we do. That I want to say actual general fund expenditures are about 23 million. So they have about 29, pretty good. So we're a little bit over 100. But again, some people may look at that and say, why do you need that so high? Well, look at all the things we're going to have to buy. I
We're
mean,
only 6 months old.
we're in our infancy. We don't, we got shoes this big, but we're going to leave footprints this big. So, I mean, we need to have that money. So we have that reserve. So we do have that in reserve right now, and we have that available for us. And we got to really do a good job at protecting that. And that's what we're going to do, is to be able to put us in a position where we can afford the things we want to afford and not to take on a bunch of debt or do anything like that. We want to really be stewards of the taxpayers' money and do the best we can. And the more money we have in the bank, the more money we turn our interest, that again allows us to do some of those things and pay cash for them. And so hope that helps.
I think there's one other factor that we're probably going to need to factor in. That makes sense. Is the number that we were given by the Census Bureau is low based on our state shared revenues. So when that next number comes in, was it 2028 before the 2030 main bureau?
We're hoping that next year,
Next year.
the number comes out typically in March for the annual estimates. We will now have a census designated place for Santan Valley. So we're hoping we have a more accurate number, and it's recognized by the state demographer's office for next year's budget.
Okay. And so that makes a difference on the impact of our future state shared revenues as opposed to what we're getting right now. So
Right.
something to factor in.
Yeah, I also just want to just say I appreciate the rainy day fund and the reserve, that and the conservative nature of which we're approaching this. Municipalities operate mostly on sales tax revenue. We don't have a property tax. Sales tax is highly cyclical, goes up and down with the economy. There's situations where I think us as a council don't want to be boxed in like a 2008 situation, where cities are having to furlough and lay off employees and all that. And then COVID 10 years later and situations like that. So I just really appreciate you making a really good rainy day fund. And that's a priority for the town.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments for? Yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Jenkins.
What would you say are the top 3 financial risks facing the town in its first full cycle year?
I think one of it's uncertainty. We don't know what those numbers are going to be. That's kind of the biggest one, and really laying the foundation for what we're going to become, right? Like, we have a chance to make this right. We have a chance to do things the way we want to do and make it our own. And you just really, as a finance director and as the staff and management and council, we don't want to get it wrong. We want to do things the right way. And there's a risk in that, because you want to be able to accomplish projects, but at the same time, you want to be conservative enough to have the rainy day funds to plan ahead and do those things. So, but you don't want to be to the point where we're too restrictive to where things aren't getting done. You know what I mean? So there's that in between of what feels right to do, how much does it feel right to spend versus how much does it feel right to stay behind? And everybody's going to have a different opinion of that. And I think that's one of the biggest risks and one of the biggest things that we face.
Some of these bills in the legislature are a gigantic risk to us. The good news is Senator Shope listened. When we went and talked to him, we made a request and enunciated what our concerns were with regard of the HCR bill. And he put language in there. We get one bite at the apple. So when we set our fee study, which is in process, when we do our model city tax code, which is in process, we need to be mindful that it may be in a situation where we're frozen for 4 years. So we better get it right the first time. Another one that is gigantic, not just for us, but for all cities in Arizona is something that we have an e-session item on tonight, which is the food tax. It's a huge funding source for cities and towns. So those type of legislative issues, very challenging. And then fully understanding and implementing the model city tax code and not knowing what our revenues are going to be. scares the bejesus out of me. So, you know, that would be my top three in addition to him.
I think that Brent hit my number 3, which was going to be legislative. I mean, there's been talks that we're worried about food tax right now, but a couple years ago, you know, I've been doing this for 20 years, but a couple years ago, it was the big thing on paper goods. So if they start to not tax paper goods, or they're coming after food tax, like what else is left? So what do we have? So some of those things that are out of our control are scary too. So again, that's what I was getting to when I was saying, how do you do enough, but still put enough away? What feels right and to marry all those things. So those are the things for me that I worry about. You know, I know you guys have a responsibility to citizens, and we want to keep things done. At the same time, we gotta put ourselves in a situation to do that.
Okay, any other council member have any comment, question? No? Okay, Gabe, thank you for that. We'll look forward to having you back soon.
Weeks.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to item number C. This is a presentation of ICC International Building Code and proposed amendments. This is for the presentation of this code and proposed amendments for the town of Santan Valley. The presentation is for information purposes and future council consideration. Council discussion and direction of staff may follow. No council action will be taken. Jimmy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Well, I'd like to bring you the first introduction to the 2024 building code. So get started. It's pretty simple. So one of the questions that a lot of people ask is, are towns and cities required? That's the first one, right? Yep, that is. Are towns and the required to adopt building codes? The answer is actually no, it's not. Arizona does not have a state adopted building code. So we, as a home rule that Arizona uses, is we can adopt our own building codes. But you'll notice that all municipalities have similar, but they're not always on the same timeline that they're adopted. That's kind of the basics of it. That's why we're starting out with 2024. A lot of the local areas, you'll see our 2018 and 2021 codes. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the 2024. There's no sense in going back. We need to go forward when everybody else is already jumping into the 2024. So we're already ahead of the game on that.
Thank you for putting the number 92 incorporated on there.
So yes, I did correct that. I had to go back and verify, like, was it 91 or 92? So it was 92. Okay. So what are the ICC codes? So the ICC code, basically, it's kind of a gold standard. It's been around, ICC version of the codes have been around since 2000. That's when the first 2000 ICC codes were adopted. Prior to that, they were under the UBC codes, and there's several other code programs that are out there, but these are the most common. And to give an idea that the ICC code is international. So if you're outside the United States, they're still using ICC building codes. So it's really, it's kind of nice in the aspect that every municipality that's using ICC code, we all follow the same processes, the same requirements. There is some local amendments, and I'll get a little more into that a little bit later here. So another thing that we talk about is not only the ICC codes, but the NEC code. That's the National Electrical Code. So I'm going to transcribe that a little bit. That's also a National Fire Protection Agency code. NFPA 70 is where the NEC comes from. So we all, ICC recognizes it as the NEC. So that's kind of why we get our books from one agency on it. Let's see. Why should we adopt the building codes? Well, it's an established standard, set the minimum requirements for design, construction, and maintenance. So the emphasis is on safety. I always like to throw in the fire portion too, because it doesn't bring a lot into this conversation, but there's a lot about the code that has to do with fire safety. As a building official and a fire marshal as well, I like to give the firemen, the firefighters, they save babies. I like to say as a building department, we save families because if we build it right, fire department don't have to do their job. We have to do our job. So that's kind of how I look at it as a building official. Guard against risk. Again, there is fire structure and structural collapse. Another thing that the building code does is it sets minimum standards for efficiency, how efficient your houses are, the structures are built. So it's like more economical to have it, and mitigates the risk issues of the buildings. So I do want to emphasize that with the building codes, we have a lot of people saying, I want my house built to building code. Well, of course we do, but that is the minimum standard, not the maximum and the consistent standard that people follow. That's a minimum standard. That's important in future conversations. All right. So number one reason, life safety, we just kind of touched on base on that. The building codes are updated every 3 years, but because of the challenges that are involved with it and the costs associated with it, there's so many changes that change between every 3 years. You couldn't possibly keep up on it. So we do it typically every 6 years, every other code cycle, which we're now doing 24. We won't see a code adoption again until the 2030 codes come out. So that's kind of right now, the 2018 codes, which is, they missed the 21 codes. Nobody's usually doing the 21s. There's a lot of changes, significant changes between 18s and the 21 and then 21 and the 24s. What those changes are, it could be simple things of the lobbyists, they determine that there might be a hazard in one way we've done it for the last 20 years, and then they'll change it. And then 2 years later, they'll change it back because somebody else decided it was a better idea to go back what it was. And if you pay attention to codes over the years, you'll see a lot of the codes that come in, and we might be enforcing them, finding out later that, well, that's actually not a code anymore. They took it out last year. So then you kind of have to go back and readjust, and then
You wonder why somebody would yell at you. Why are you enforcing that?
That's how we find out. So then we have to go back and research and go, yeah, they decided to do this last year and we didn't know that there was a change. And contrary to popular belief, it's very hard to know every code, every part of every book. So I learn the most is when somebody questions me, because I'll go back and do the deep research and find out, oh, they were correct. So then you got to just face the music at that point that we got to correct it. All right. So another reason for the building codes is there's a thing called the fire departments and building department is your ISO rating. So if anybody's heard of the ISO rating, that's the Insurance Service Office. So they do a building code effectiveness grading schedule. Basically what it is they'll come in and they evaluate what building code we're on, how many inspectors we have, the qualifications of all the staff that's in the building department, how often we do inspections, how many inspections. It is a booklet of questions to answer. It is probably takes 3 days to figure this booklet out. We're getting all the information. It's quite extreme. They do this around every 2 to 3 years. So they use that number, and a couple of reasons they'll use it is fire department gets used it because is there a fire department in your area? They look at the evaluation of the fire department, what type of equipment they've got. All of this goes into a number, and it gives them a rating of the community to base your insurance rates off of. It's also used in like FEMA. When FEMA comes in and wants to do look at the whole area, all these numbers all play a part of all this. So it's a really important number. Yes, sir.
One of the things I wanted to mention is one of our goals as a community should be to lower our ISO rating in the future. That's a way that immediately can impact our residents. And as Jim said, they come out and do audits every 2 to 3 years. They look at the services that we provide, the qualifications of our folks, as he mentioned, also the fire department, how many stations per capita How many engines? Do you have a ladder truck? How many pumpers do you have? Do you have water trucks that can fight wildland fires? Is the fire department trained to fight wildland fires? But also your water provider. They'll go out and do pedo tests on the hydrants. They'll look at how many hydrants per street, what the spacings are on those hydrants, what the pressures are, how much water storage is in the water storage tanks, how much water can be pumped out of individual wells in terms of a fire response. And just lowering our rating by 1 makes a huge difference on people's insurance. Can't do that without the ICC codes. His first slide said, are you required to adopt a code? And the answer was no. If you build a house that's not permitted and isn't built to the code, can't get a loan, can't get insurance. You got real problems in this country if you build structures and entities don't have the ICC minimum codes to follow as part of that. Hopefully that was helpful.
Just a simple example is when we build multi-story residential or multi-story businesses, the fire department also has to come into play because they have to have equipment that can service that. That's something that people overlook, that on a high rise, guaranteed the fire department in the area has a ladder truck or something that can occupy that. So we build the buildings, fire department's gonna come on money because they're gonna have to buy equipment to build those, to follow up in those buildings. So
And good thing Rural Metro has a ladder truck
it is a good thing.
Well, 2 weeks.
coming.
2 weeks.
Right. So with established building codes, builders and homeowners should follow a consistent and set standards across the jurisdiction. Most of our tract builders, they utilize a set of plans, and they use it pretty much all over Arizona and other states. It's the same house, same designs, just some structural changes because of the climate or certain things that are in our area. So by using the ICC codes or common codes, it makes it simpler for them and more economical to bring that, to have one plan that can be used in multiple jurisdictions. So like with the plans we'll be using here are going to be exact plans that Maricopa County would use, Pinell County, few little amendment differences in each one. But that's the consistencies on it. It definitely makes it more economical to build when they have the same ones. And all the builders and contractors are all used to the processes. They're just, it makes it a lot faster to build house and a lot better quality. When FEMA comes in, if there's a disaster where FEMA is involved, they'll use that building code when they do to rebuild. They will build to the new standards, not to a standard that was the house was 20 years old. So they bring it into the new standards, which is definitely better for the environment, the neighborhood and the people here. That. I have to keep flipping because I sit here and fold them into pieces. So, sorry.
Yeah, I think those are 3 good things on their list there. I like number 2 though, protecting property values. I think the community would be very interested in that.
And if to comment on that, if you're in the real estate world and you are trying to sell somebody's property and upon research, you find out that it has some unpermitted structures, it makes a very difficult time for you to market that property when there was no permits or any trackability on what was built. That turns into a large, sometimes a loss of sales because of that, because of the problems. And of course, we get blamed for it. All right, well, we get blamed for it. The other one is energy efficiency and sustainability. So you could probably imagine that a home that's built in this environment now, the 2018 code, is much more efficient than some of the homes that we were raised in. I know my home was I was raised in a home that had a evaporative cooler, and now the homes all have air conditioning. Well, that house is built 2 totally different ways in order to be efficient. Conditioning is not efficient on my house, the way it was built, the way it was insulated. So these are some of the things that come into play. Another thing about efficiency, and just kind of give you the weeds about some of what they do look at, they do a thing called pressure door test. They actually pressurize the house to see how much it leaks. I don't need to, I can see daylight, so I don't need to see if it leaks. I get great flow. So, but this is some of the things that they do. Obviously, new products are out that are better, more efficient, also more cost effective. So these are some of the great parts of the new codes, the updated codes. Another thing is they're looking at some of the codes for they're basically pre-wiring these homes for solar, so that the homeowners that want to purchase a home, the cost is much lower to go put a solar system in because everything's pre-wired. Or nowadays it's pre-wired, or some of the homes are built to accept electric vehicle charging stations. If you never put one in, you don't realize what that expense is going to be until you actually put one in and find out that your swimming pool and your spa and your 3 air conditioners, you don't have room to put in a charger without spending a bunch of money up front. So those are things that you don't realize, but because of some of the codes, they're trying to address that now, that some of these houses will be built to accommodate these increased loads on the house. Another one that this is the one that I personally am involved with, Brent has been involved with, is number 5, the legal protection. So by adopting the code, it gives us a legal framework for the town's building department. It helps reduce our liabilities because we're following a set standard. It's not our standard, it's a set standard. So when it comes to spending time in a courtroom and being asked a question, it's not my opinion. It's actually out of the book. I could pull the line item out of the book and show where this is what we follow. This is the process we follow. And that makes a huge difference in the liability when it comes to the town. But it also helps as for the homeowner, to protect the homeowner if his house has an issue from the builder, things of that nature. So it is definitely provides a lot of legal protection for everybody involved with construction of that home. And I speak a lot of the homes, but this also goes for every building, from a hospital to a school. And we could take a school as probably the sensitive environment is how the codes require in that school to protect the children and protect the staff. And then the same way in a hospital. And just again, a little bit of weeds, because I've been involved with this so much, is in a hospital, you can't always evacuate the patients during an emergency. So you have to shelter in place, you have to move into different locations. That's why there's fire separations. That fire separation is a major ordeal in something like that. Same way with the school, there's smoke protected areas that during a fire, certain doors will close, it seals it so they have an ability to have time to get out and protect those that are in it. So again, all of this goes into play. And what we do see in between the different years is they get a little more restrictive, but it's for a reason. When they've done, every one of these codes came from an event that somebody was able to research and found that, hey, we need to make a change. And that's where these are coming from. And there's definitely, and as for the fire department, there he is, I think he can confirm what I'm saying, that they definitely do protect. It's definitely a necessity. Well, that's my, I got the last one. I forgot about this one. So what I talked about is the amendments. So what amendments are is we have a published set of codes, which is the ICC codes, but each code doesn't apply specifically to us. So we have to make a few amendments that are called local amendments. Some of those amendments, the building code addresses interior environment. They have to maintain like 78 degrees in the living room temperature for a heater. We don't really have a problem with heat here, so we need to be able to cool it. So that would be an amendment, that we need to make sure that it can cool to this temperature. So those type of things are examples. On a fire code, sometimes they do amendments that we use a certain thread pattern on our fire hydrants or the fire trucks, where some of the other municipalities have their own special proprietary thread pattern. Why? it's a fire department thing. That's all I can say. So, but those are some of the amendments. They specifically to the environment. That's why we have amendments. Now, just kind of a quick base on that. Is there any questions I can ask?
This is for the council. This is published on the website. We're obviously coming back for adoption on June 1st. The Central Arizona Home Builders Association has reviewed all of our amendments, and we actually had a meeting today. I believe they had 7 comments. And keep in mind, Jimmy and I have been working with them for the past year and a half on the Pinal County ICC code amendments. So a lot of it's the same. They had 7 comments. We have resolved 6 of those 7 comments as of today. The one we're not willing to move on. So it was a good meeting and everybody left happy, and it's a big from my standpoint to have these published and to work with the folks that are building houses in this community, and to know that we're in alignment on everything except for one issue.
And how's that one issue going to be resolved?
We're just not going to make the change that they requested for us to change. It's a constructability issue, and it essentially requires a professional to sign off on the design, meaning an architect or an engineer. Has to do with concrete work. So something we feel strongly about, and keep in mind, we had a countywide task force that worked on these amendments, and all the cities and towns were invited, and it's one of the amendments that came out of that regional process. So we won't be the only ones to have that, if that's helpful.
Yes.
The other thing that we discussed with them is, although we will adopt hopefully the ICC codes on June 1st, and they will be able to be in effect on July 1st when we take over as a town, we're going to give a 6-month leeway period to go to the 24 codes from the 18 codes, to allow resubmittal or changes to plans, those types of things.
That's good. Any comments, questions for staff? Any at all? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it. See you back here in the near future. Okay, with that, we're going to go to, well, first of all, yeah, we'll go to item number D. This will be we'll have a presentation by Matt Padracky from Pierce Coleman. I hope I said that right. Presentation of chapters 7 through 11 of the proposed town code. Council discussion and direction to staff may follow. No council action will be taken. I might add that we have had this in our packet to be able to view and overview over the weekend. So, Matt.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Matt Padracky. I'm an attorney with Pierce Coleman. Is this coming through okay? Hear me all right?
I can hear. Is it?
Doesn't sound like it's working.
No.
I'm getting some thumbs up in the back.
An attorney with Pierce Coleman, a co-worker with your town attorney, Alan. Prior to coming to work last month for Pierce Coleman, I worked for the city of Prescott for 20 years. Before that, I was the city attorney in Lake Havasu. So I've been writing code for about 30 years. Life, right? I had the pleasure of working with your town clerk, Dana DeLong, who was at Prescott for a few years. Congratulations on that significant pickup. That's fantastic. When I started working a month ago at Pierce Coleman, Alan said, "Hey, I need some help with some code for the town of Santan Valley." I said, "Oh, okay, that should be easy enough, right? You're going to have maybe a code that exists, and I have to strike the word shall and make it may." And here we are. And he said, no, I need a town code. I said, like an entire town code? And he said, an entire town code. I said, all right, well, that's an awesome challenge. We're up for the challenge. I've gone to meet your staff, met with them today, and they are doing an enormous amount of work for the town, as you can imagine and appreciate. So I'm just happy to have the privilege of helping you along to the extent I can. And what an exciting project to start a new town in Arizona. I've never had that pleasure. I've worked for hundreds of years old and some that are a little bit newer, and both have experienced rapid growth through the years. So just a general preface, your town code is your law, your local law. It is a living document. It is a document you will be changing just about every meeting. I've been doing this for 30 years, and every meeting I've had has had amendments to the town code. It just changes of politics. There's difference in politics that may change the laws. State laws change. It's going to require changes to your code. Federal laws change that may require changes to your code. But this evening, we're going to go through some proposed articles, 8, 9, and get your input. I think Gabe took the 30,000 foot view. I might go to 60,000. If you want to pull me down, by all means, please answer questions and feel free to interrupt. Happy to address any concerns that you have. We're going to start with Article 7, Business Regulations. Right now encompasses 4 items: business licensing, peddlers and solicitors in the town, very exciting topic of yard sales, telecommunications, which is going to be your most technical. And I had a meeting with the manager today, and he also wants to add a section 7-5 to deal with food cards. So to the extent we say it's a kind of a give and take in a living document, that's just an example. Another example is the manager had put together some initial boards and commissions that he anticipates that the council will have, like your Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustments, Building Board of Appeals, a Youth Advisory Committee. So we'll go back and see in Chapter 1 or Article 1. So there's going to be things you haven't seen necessarily that come back to you as a final document. We'll try our best to kind of call those out so you know what you're looking at. So I'm going to begin with Section 7.1, which is business licensing. This is going to regulate those individuals and companies doing business in Santan Valley. The licenses will last a year. They'll run from January through December. And hopefully Gabe left the room because they will be administered through the finance department. Most likely, unless you want to change that. There will be annual fees set by the council through the resolution for business license, and there'll be certain appeal rights for the application of the business licensing. State law changed a couple of years ago. In Arizona Revised Statute 41-1080, will only allow business licenses to be issued to individuals or businesses with lawful presence in the United States. So that's written into the business license, what that would require, proof that's going to be required to prove lawful presence in the United States. There are common exemptions to the business licensing. There's another state law that farmer markets cannot be subjected to a business license. You'll have town special events where you don't necessarily want to issue a business license. And a big state law change a few years ago was residential rentals. No longer be licensed or regulated by the towns or cities in Arizona. Any questions on that one?
Just if they are a established business that they sell online only, does that fall under this business license 7.1?
No, there are internet exceptions usually, and it's going to depend on the locus, they call it, of the business, and more often than not, they're not going to be emanating out of Santan Valley or like Amazon and Seattle or something.
More of a storefront, more of a
right
where customers can.
Typically, it's brick and mortar.
And I do believe there's a way now for cities and towns to at least capture internet sales that occur when somebody orders something from Amazon in the town. You'll be able to see some of that TBT.
You're correct, Matt, but they're trying to change it.
We were involved in a lawsuit to change it because they weren't allowing us to collect it. So all the cities and towns got together and won. Peddlers and solicitors is going to be our next one. So I think you have a general concept of what peddlers and solicitors are, the people who go from house to house to sell goods or services. If that is going to occur, we're going to require those people or businesses to have a business license. We've written in that they cannot set up booths, stands, or carts on town property unless part of an approved special event or otherwise approved by the town council. And otherwise approved may be your food truck, for example, will require a business license, and there are certain county health code requirements that they're going to need to meet. And you'll be seeing that probably next week, or the next meeting, when we kind of get through the remainder of the code and bring back some of the changes that were requested by the council and the staff. There are exemptions like charitable, religious, educational, patriotic, philanthropic organizations. They're not charging fees. They're just people going from home to home to talk about their issues. Newspaper deliveries won't be subjected to regular deliveries like you're getting your Amazon box. Will not be subject to it. Now, the verdict citing Article 7, Section 7.3 yard sales. Right now, we've written it, you're not allowed to have more than 4 yard sales per calendar year. Each sale shall not exceed a 48-hour time period, have to occur during daylight hours, and will require a small licensing. So the big one is Article 7, Section 7-4, telecommunications. And you're going to be dealing with this quite a bit as you kind of transition in to your own town. There are basically 4 different types of franchises, licensees that are regulated in the state of Arizona. One are your public utility franchises. Typically are like your natural gas, who are running lines through your right of way, and appurtenances that run, and electricity. Now, we were looking at who your electric provider was, and it's the SRP, who we believe is exempt because of the way they were set up. So they're probably not going to be required to have a franchise. The Arizona Supreme Court called them a municipal corporation of peculiar type. No one's quite figured it out. We have litigated with them in the last few years, and they were determined to be a public entity, especially in terms of the Public Records Act. So they have to give out their records when somebody asks them. But you kind of are starting to deal with issues of separation of powers between different political organizations. Telecommunications is another one that's specifically ruled by ARS Title 9-581 and also the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996. And then you're going to have your wireless providers. Those are typically going to be your fiber optic companies that are lay line through your right of way. And video service providers, those are typically your cable companies. They have their own set of rules. So as we go through this, just know that there are these 4 very specific types of franchises or licensees in Arizona. They're all governed by different laws. But why do we create this? It's to allow the town to manage their rights of way, to create non-discriminatory treatment for providers and encourage competition consistent with applicable law. Very importantly, we want to minimize conflicts with existing utilities and structures. When a new company comes in, let's say you have a new company that's interested in laying fiber optic cable. We're starting to see a lot of that come into the towns. You don't want them crashing into your gas pipes. Okay, so this code is written to help alleviate those conflicts and to set a fair level of compensation for the town. Town's entitled more often than not to either base a percentage of gross billing that will come back to the city for the use of right of way. Dealing with these large franchises, there are some state statutes that talk about lineal fee compensation, which are kind of your fiber optic. And that's kind of the basis for it. Any questions on that one? No, we'll go into Title or Article 8 offenses. That should be pretty fun. Trespass is basically one paragraph long. It's just going to allow the town to trespass people off town property if approved. Then we're going to get into graffiti and be a problem. It's this particular code is going to define and criminalize graffiti for both adults and minors. And it's going to allow the court to require community service for guilty offenders to clean up existing graffiti, or at least give the court that option to provide community service to clean up some of the things that you've messed up. There's going to be a requirement on businesses to sell commonly used material using graffiti, like aerosol, spray paint, tipped and billable markers, to require an employee to assist in the purchase of it. Talk about the noise standard. There's two ways that towns go about this. They can set reasonable objective person tests or subjective person tests. In discussions with the town manager, he indicated that we're probably going to be borrowing heavily from the existing county noise ordinance. So we've written this to be consistent with that, with the understanding that you're going to be doing quite a few intergovernmental agreements with your county people and maybe some other public entities. So,
Amen.
I think Brent has a question.
There's a gentleman sitting in the back of the room back there, happens to be wearing a uniform. He and I and the county attorney's office worked on this noise ordinance for about 1.5 years to get it to this point. And we think it's pretty good. PCSO is going to be doing our enforcement for us and our services. And it's I think a very comprehensive yet understandable noise ordinance that also takes into play legislative changes that occurred last year with respect to construction.
yeah, thank you for that. So, yeah, it'll be an objective.
I just wanted to embarrass the sheriff.
Well, he knows how to use a decibel meter. One of the hardest things. Some towns just say a reasonable person is going to be annoyed by a certain amount of noise. Others, like we're going to do here, and require kind of objective proof based on a decibel study. And that's going to be set up to kind of different local zoning districts. So you would anticipate more noise in an industrial zone versus a residential zone. And we're going to kind of plug those into the code once we make land development.
And I'll give our town manager some credit for his past experience in the noise department. So he knows a lot about that. So that'll be great for us.
I very much got that impression. This does recognize the new state laws as the town manager was discussing. And talk about lowering the hours that you can make construction noise in the summer months. And the summer months are May 1st or October 15th, where you can just start a little bit earlier. And even concrete pours can start an hour earlier than that. So this just recognizes, like I said, there's going to be changes in state law, and that's going to, you're going to have to change your codes from time to time. There are a bunch of exemptions, like emergency sirens want to be written up for violating landscape maintenance equipment functioning within manufacturer's limits between 5 and 7, 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. Again, special events if you have a fair. Now we're on to fireworks. Fireworks is really governed by state statute these days, 36-1601. We will allow for supervised public displays under the town officials and your fire marshals to do a big community 4th of July, something like that. Where it gets interesting is kind of the use of consumer fireworks. These are the firecrackers that are sold on the corner under tents every once in a while. Right now, we've written the code to allow for using consumer fireworks May 4th through the 6th. I think Cinco de Mayo. June 24th to July 6th, I think 4th of July, and December 26th to January 4th, I think Christmas and New Year's. I'll let you decide whether or not you want to go with the 2nd and 3rd days of Diwali. I've seen that placed into town codes fairly consistently. Kind of an Indian-based holiday, and similar to Cinco de Mayo, culturally, they use a lot of fireworks during there. We won't allow the use of consumer fireworks on town. Selling consumer fireworks in town will require special signage about what it has to say in the state statute. And will only allow people to sell consumer fireworks at certain times of the year, again, consistent with those previously mentioned. This next one is smoking. Most of the smoking issues have kind of settled down since the passage of the Smoke-Free Arizona Act a bunch of years ago. That was codified in Arizona statute under 36601. What we will add to the code is the prohibition of smoking in city-owned buildings and city-owned vehicles. And we will generally prohibit smoking in the public parks and trails. My understanding is that right now we don't have public parks and trails, but there's anticipation that they will be coming. But it does give the town manager some authority to designate certain sections as smoking areas. And the statute kind of, or the code's going to define what tobacco products are to include electronic things like vapes. And the next section, 8.16, is curfew. Right now we have it written out, it shall be unlawful for a minor under 16 years of age to be out away from their residence between the hours of 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. A minor age 16 to 18 between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. There are exceptions that are built in. Younger people who may be married or in the military, emergencies, employment when they're accompanied by their parents or guardian. And then we get to camping, and I just kind of wrote out what the definition of camping was in the code, and making it generally illegal. But the indices of camping are living basically on a temporary or permanent basis. We're going to make that generally illegal. And there it is. So you cannot camp on public streets or alley sidewalks, rights of ways, parks, preserves, parking lots, etc.
The Los Angeles Code.
We do watch this fairly carefully because there are Supreme Court cases that come out, feels like every 4 or 5 years, that kind of define what camping is on public property and try to remain consistent with that existing Supreme Court precedent. Traffic and vehicles. I think we're now in kind of the new stages of the town is probably just to give the manager and his designees authority to make traffic rules. This acknowledges that the town council can intergovernmental agreements with other public agencies to help enforce the traffic rules. The control will be governed by acceptable engineering standards, and this is called the manual on uniform traffic control devices. State laws will still apply. Title 28 law. Parking rules and speed limits will be set by the town manager and town engineer, consistent with best practices like those engineering standards. When we gave oversight to the council, there was some interest, I thought early on, that the council wants to kind of keep an eye on the parking issues in town early on to make sure everything's working out okay.
Yeah, and how's that going to work with our local HOAs when the town has a code in and HOAs have their code?
Yeah. Alan, have you thought about that at all?
The question was, how does the town code interact with?
Between HOAs and the city.
Or parking?
Oh, for parking. So yeah, the HOAs is a contractual relationship that the HOAs have with their members. And there's a separate, the town code's separate. So there's independent enforcement avenues in that situation.
Do you have a specific example you were thinking about?
No, I'm just curious as, you know, how an HOA can pass a law or a rule in their own governance to say no parking on the street if they get the majority of the members, residents to sign on to it. And then the town puts their parking in place. What's going to usurp the other?
But it really depends on whether the streets are private streets, Owned by the HOA or
Yes.
public street, owned by the town, the town code, owned by the.
That's good to know. Yeah, Councilmember Jenkins.
I have a question. So with that being said, when the county probably at this point has taken over the street acceptance for those HOAs, would Pinal County be the owner of said streets, or would that go back to Santan Valley?
The whole parking and HOA thing is very complicated. We could talk for a couple hours on it.
Sure.
The best way to say it is HOAs currently, like in this subdivision, Bella Vista Farms where we're located, can't enforce parking. There's been 2 different state laws that happened in the last decade. It's super complicated. If you were if you were enforcing parking before a certain date, you could continue. In other cases, if it was in this grace period, you have to go back out to the HOA and you have to do an election of the majority of the HOA to be able to enforce. Anything that came on after that time, you can't enforce parking. So it's very difficult. So in town of Santan Valley, Councilmember Jenkins, currently all the street right-of-ways are owned by Pinal County. After July 1st, we will own all the public right-of-ways, and using Pinal County Sheriff's Office as a vehicle, enforcement will occur for permitting, for traffic enforcement, et cetera, with the exception of any of the subdivisions that have private streets. So Solera, what you guys were there the other day, I believe they have private streets. That's not our property, and that's not ours to enforce as a town. Hopefully that's helpful.
When you say a private street, would you mean that it's a private street because it's a gated community?
Yeah, it's more than that. We don't actually own any right of way. We don't own the street. We don't maintain the street. It's all the HOA's responsibility behind those gates.
Okay.
Just an anecdotal thing on this. In my neighborhood, one point, they started enforcing parking very strictly, fines and all that stuff. And the way our neighborhood was developed didn't really take into account the amount of cars that people would have. And people not wanting to get fines are then parking their vehicles on their landscaping and multiple houses just so they can avoid. You have up on the driveway, they're getting up and they're turning the vehicle sideways, and they have 2 other vehicles in front of it, and they're in the rocks and all that stuff. I don't know. Is there ways to address those sorts of things? Because I think that's going to be a problem situation as we start seeing HOAs, or even as we start to address parking.
Chris, say your name.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Chris Wanamaker, town engineer. Yeah, so with this code, which I co-wrote for it with the county, so what we're using in this proposed code is what we wrote at the county. So there'll be a lot of accommodations for what you're talking about. What I believe this code is, it's a very balanced approach, because you have the 2 extremes. You've got people on one side that say there should be no parking on these streets ever. And then you have the people on the other side that say, well, I have 6 kids that drive, and my grandma's coming over this weekend. Where are they going to park? Right. So we have to find a way to balance that and take into account the fact that a lot of these communities were built when the amount of vehicles per household was less people drove. They had less people per house. So that has to be taken into consideration. And so with the way this code is written, the town engineer has the authority to put up no parking signs. The community can come together and establish a no parking zone, which would then be enforceable legally. So that's another provision in the code. And there's going to be a lot of ways to address the variety of needs of all the subdivisions.
So there's no way to say, hey, you can't park in your landscaping.
So once you're outside of the public right of way, now you're on private property. So that's another title. That would be code enforcement, right?
In the zoning code.
And in the zoning code.
Most HOAs, it's not safe.
And a lot of times the HOAs have a code against that anyways, and it would be based on probably them going around and viewing it or someone letting them know they're parking in the middle of the yard.
That's right.
Okay.
I knew parking was a hot button issue. Your questions.
We've heard a few things already, so we're curious.
And then inoperable non-registered vehicles on city property are going to be subject to review. Andrew asked that we kind of address e-bikes, but there was some interest in that. So we added a section 9.7 that defines what a bicycle is, an electronic bicycle is, what non-human powered vehicles are, and maybe you see this here, maybe you're a younger community,
I do.
electric assisted mobility devices, from the Jazzies or transport devices. And the code will just kind of define where you can operate these. Sets responsibility of parents and guardians of minors as well. We try to get some buy-in from legal guardians to make sure their minors are operating things safely. And Article, do you have any questions on Article 10 will be animals, and we will be adopting the Pinal County Animal Control Ordinance. Again, through intergovernmental agreement, my understanding that you'll be working with the county for your animal control. And then Article 11 is Parks, Recreation, and Public Parking. Again, knowing we're in our infancy here, probably the easiest way to go about this is just giving the town manager the opportunity once the parks and trails go in to set reasonable rules and regulations to govern future parks and recreation facilities and trails. And it'll allow the opportunity for the council to set fees in the future once this process to use of those policies. I think that's it for me. I will be back in a couple of weeks. Really hard stuff.
I think we got a question.
Yeah. So a couple questions. Just want to go back. So the first one, as someone with little kids at home, a dog, all that stuff, fireworks. I've never really been a fan of the large windows of time that fireworks are allowed. Personally, I'd like to see that a lot less in an updated version of this code, maybe 3-day windows, that sort of thing. I don't know what the other council members feel, but that's just where I'm coming from. The second thing is the peddlers and solicitors. So would that include all of the stands like on the roadways, on the sides of our streets?
Peddlers and solicitors is more designed to having to do with people that go door to door in subdivisions, making sure that people are safe, because people go from door to door. They may not be selling things. They may be with a different organization that's trying to organize, et cetera. And we just want to make sure that we keep track of who's going through our neighborhoods and our communities and making sure we keep people safe.
Okay, because I was looking at 722, where it says it's unlawful for any person to erect or maintain any booth, stand, cart, or counter on any street or sidewalk in the town for the purpose of, and that's different, you're saying?
No, that's in there as well. So that would be like a hot dog cart.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because I'm just I know that's kind of a cultural thing that a lot of people will be able to appreciate. I'm wondering, and I understand the need for it. I'm wondering if are we going to designate a specific part in town where those can go?
I don't think we've discussed that yet. We just want to make sure people come in and apply and let us know what kind of business they're doing and where. The challenge with town property is under state law, if we're going to allow folks to have private businesses on town property, you're supposed to do a solicitation, an RFP, select vendors, those types of things. So Matt, I'll shut up and you can clarify.
Yeah, I think the general rules they probably would be subject to this based on the definitions as a solicitor.
Yeah.
Selling goods.
So any cart like tamale or fruit stand, those will be all gone, or we can enforce against those, is what you're saying?
They need they need to let us know that they're operating, and they need to have a location to operate, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Typically,
Not in the town parking lot.
typically if you're talking about specifically, city property or town property,
I'm talking specifically like the sides of our streets.
they would require some sort of, we usually call them license agreements, where we give someone the temporary use of the property at a certain rate, and making sure they're sufficiently insured and giving us the appropriate indemnifications, if that's something you're interested in doing.
So just an example, we've got a fruit stand. They apply and get a business license with the town of Santan Valley and says, hey, I want to be out on this street on Bella Vista and Hunt, and go through an approval process. And we'd say, yeah, that's okay. You can do that. Is that how that would work?
No. So it makes it really confusing how we do these codes, because there's little pieces in all of them and they cross-populate. So a good example would be when animals came up, Karen looked at me and said, based on her experience at Pinal County Planning and Zoning Commission, and that has to do with the animal husbandry portion of the zoning code. So that's very separate from this portion of the town code that has to do of enforcement, say dogs on the loose, right? Whereas in the zoning code, it might be a kennel that has dogs, right, on a certain type of property. So if we're talking about a vendor locating in the right of way, that's not part of this portion of the code. That would be through a right of way permit through the engineering portion of the code. We likely won't allow that in most cases because a couple of things have to happen. It's unsafe for the vendor, and it's unsafe for the folks trying to access it to drive off the road where there's not a proper exit point. It's a problem from the air quality perspective because they're driving in the dirt in a PM10 area where that hasn't been dust proofed. It's causing dust for the cars driving by that they could run into one another. And then when they decide to exit and pull into traffic, they can't get traction, or there may be a grade difference from the road. So for the town's liability, a lot of what you see, for example, on Hunt Highway, where folks just set up on the side of the road, we won't allow that.
Yeah, and I agree with that because it is a safety concern, and people do pull off. I'm just trying to ask the question, if we're not going to allow them at all, are we going to give them a designated spot where that is safe and acceptable and approved? Because I know there's a lot of residents who do enjoy going to those sort of stands. Or are we just going to say, hey, you got to find a private property owner that you can rent from and be allowed to?
Most cities say find a private property, a parking lot, and then work with that owner. And typically, Gilbert's not here tonight, but that would be a TUP type of situation, a temporary use permit to utilize that parking lot if in fact there was room and people could get there safely and get out. Oftentimes in the valley, you'll see food trucks that do that, or like coffee trailers that set up. But yeah, that would be permitted twofold. One, from a land use and zoning perspective, and two, from a business license perspective, or whatever requirements are in state law, because in some cases, food trucks are exempt. So.
Great. I appreciate it. I just want to bring that to attention because there's a lot of code, and I do know this is probably something that people are going to be curious about, and I just want to make sure that you know where we all stand on that and how the community feels. So appreciate it.
That's a question. Is it appropriate to publicize? So, because the HOA conflicts are going to be the most frequent. Is there a way to publicize what's, or is that a bad idea?
Publicize.
Just some of the obvious conflicts like parking. I mean, that just comes up all the time. Is there a way to make that a little more broadly known? Do we give a notice to HOAs, hey, you can't do A, B, and C even though you want to, or once we're in code, once we're.
Yeah, so typically HOAs, they're going to act independently of the town, and they have their private contractual arrangements, and they'll have their legal counsel that advises them on parking issues, or they should. Back one of my old firms, Maxwell Morgan, I think represents one of the HOAs in the area. But yeah, it's kind of a morass of law as Brent noted about whether or not they can enforce, and to the extent they can enforce parking.
Okay.
So I don't think that the town would be advising them on that. Kind of leave that to their legal counsel. But we certainly, where can impose town regulations where it's not a purely private HOA road, and enforce those. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I assume you're done with your, okay, any other comments or questions from the council? We'll be getting this back again, so we'll be able to address some of the things that you've brought up. And so thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. I'm going to ask the council at this time, sorry, Janet, for a 10-minute recess. And then we'll get right back to her to give us a presentation on the logo. We will return at 8:20. Get started. Let's get our seats, council members.
Done talking.
I know you weren't, Karen, but I was wanting you to be done talking. Just so we can start on time, but we're already behind. Okay, I'd like to get us back into regular session out of our recess, and we're going to turn the time over. We're on item number E. This is a logo design competition presentation of top submissions. Janet Dare, our Human Resources Director, is going to present. This will be a presentation of the council's top 5 logo design submissions from the town's logo design competition. Council discussion and direction to staff may follow. No council action will be taken. Janet.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am so excited to present your top 5 today. I'm going to be discussing a little bit about the logo competition, the timeline, and where we go from here.
Skip one.
All right. So the process of timeline. So the official competition actually opened on February 1st. It was open and available to all of Santan residents, and it officially closed on May 1st. So fast forward to today, May 6th, you actually selected the top 5 during the special meeting. And during that break, I was able to take all of your voting submissions and narrow it down to your top 5. So today, during your regular meeting, I'm going to show you those top 5, and you're going to have the opportunity to make comments on those top 5 logos. Then I will come back to you on May 20th to show you those top 5 again with your suggestions. And then on May 20th, that same day, you will be able to vote on one. Then during that time, I will work with the designer and I will finalize everything, get the vector files, and then come back on June 3rd with the refined town vote. A little bit about the competition. We had 66 individuals who entered the competition, with 11 of those being under 18, so 17 and under, with 175 design variations. That means that people submitted more than one logo. So if you're ready, I'm here to show you your top 5. At this time, I'm going to present the top 5 logos based on your voting. If you have feedback about the logos, like colors or variations or whatever you want to see, you're going to have the opportunity to do that after I show you the 5. Okay, so that we won't go one
Thanks
by
for
one.
saying that.
Let me show you the top 5, and then you can give it to me afterwards. There's a specific slide, and they'll prompt you.
Everyone hold their comments.
Yes. All right, you ready? What? Coming in at number 5 is 18.6. It came in 5th place with 7 points. I'll wait a few seconds so you can look at it. I also created a binder. It's actually right next to Dana. It has all of the submissions there. I created a binder so that it's portable, so that we can have it. It's actually our first official record, right? So yeah, we'll keep that. And I think it's just a fun way to remember the logos.
And Janet, just to reiterate, there are 5 that are ranked in numeric order, but no final or winner has been selected through this process. This is a kind of a preliminary process to continue the review. Just wanted to reiterate that. I know you covered it, but.
Coming in 4th place is logo submission number 4. Coming in 4th place with 9 points. Coming in 3rd place with 10 points is submission number 25.4. And I want to let you know that we do have a tie for first. This is that first one, tie for first with 13 points. Also tied for first is number 31 with 13 points. Now I welcome your feedback. I will go back and forth as many times as you need me to. At this time, you can tell me you want to see different colors or you want to see a different shape. And this is of course, like if the designer has the ability to do that. If not, I'll try my best. Otherwise, whatever I bring back to you on the 20th, is what I was able to provide at that time. If it still doesn't work for the town, we still have to select the winner. We actually don't have to select the winner.
Yeah.
It's actually stated in the rules that we don't have to if it doesn't work for us, but if it does, then we will select the winner at that time.
And so you're wanting the feedback tonight on the 5, like if we want to see a different color scheme or
It would be preferred, but I understand
That's
that
a lot to do
sometimes
right
it
at
is
the
a lot
moment.
to do. If you have quick comments, I'll receive them
Okay.
now. If not, you can email them to me as long as I have them by Friday. That way it gives me enough time to come back for the
Okay.
next council meeting.
that will probably work out well, but council.
And
Sorry. Okay, no.
I was just going to ask, so when we offer feedback, then the designers themselves would then consider that feedback and then update them? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then just also for the public's like edification is at the end of this process, we own all the art. And I believe we'll have some sort of professional design company that's going to then maybe potentially take some enhancements, keep the heart of what it is based on feedback from council.
This one here has the different variations on colors. So if it goes on a white shirt or a black shirt or different things like that. Back on the tied for number 1, go back 1. Oh, is this the tie? Oh, go back 2, not the one for, go back.
The third place one?
No, it's the round one, this one. I'd like to see this one with variations in colors. It could go on a white shirt, black shirt, but still be the same.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of, I guess, unfair in one way because those 2 that tied for first, if you want to go to them, they have provided full branding packets. Actually more than are shown on these screens, more like what you would pay a professional to do. So not only do they have color variations, they have designated fonts. They have layouts for memos, letters. They're providing full branding packages. They chose to do that. They're likely professionals in the industry for the 2 that are tied for first. So there's a whole lot more to it than just what you see here. As she says, the vectoring and fonts that aren't copyrighted. These are like provided by professional branding companies, where the one that was it second? Was just a logo submission. So if council wanted to go forward with this, we would hire a professional to do the fonts and the color types and the variations on it for vehicles versus t-shirts versus flags. I guess what I'm saying is these folks have the ability and understand what a branding package is.
Yeah.
The other folks don't. So if we went back to them, they wouldn't be able to provide what those first 2 did. Does that make sense? But they may. We can ask.
They might.
We'll ask. That's why I prefaced it by saying I will try to make any accommodations.
Councilmember Jenkins.
One of the questions I have is, did they provide meaning, any of these, as far as the colors scheme, like on the one that's on tied for first place? If you go back to it.
Like the first one?
Yeah. That one.
Uh-huh.
Like the next one. Yeah. So like that one. So I see the V in there. So I'm just wondering, like, did they have meaning behind those, or is it just a brand?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, some of them did provide meanings. I can't recall exactly which ones did. However, that can be something I can include when I come back with the top 5.
Yeah, I actually think that'd be great to have some explanation behind the concept. You know, on this one that we're looking at right now, I was just thinking the V to me feels like a change of direction with the incorporation and our roads that are not so great, and that will be great. And so that's what I appreciate about this one. And the other one tied for first. I like the version of this with the mountain range and then Santan Valley, like super wide, super long. But when it gets to the crest, it feels like what was pictured in that larger version gets kind of lost in the emblem. I love the big one. I don't love the emblem in the middle. And I think this design would do better if it could come back with that. And then I think the other design that's tied for first, if there was some meaning that's ascribed to that that's very clear, or maybe some alteration that could be made with the existing emblem, I think that would help too.
Yeah, like on this one, I'm wondering if that's supposed to represent the mountain range, Santan. If it is, maybe a little more definition on that could be better, potentially, to increase the look of it as representing the area we are named after Santan. And then the one before that, the color, no, the tied for first. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see a color change, maybe that orangey. I don't know. For me, that seems to be something that could be changed on the color. So I know there might be some that like it, but that might be a different variation of that would be better. And of course, making sure that we don't have any issues copyright with any other people who might have something similar out there. We need to also do our due diligence on that one.
The other thing that I would say is what I like about the other one that's tied for first with the V, to me, this feels more modern and more of a like up to like current times as far as design goes. A lot of these crests and circles feel like early 2000s to me. So I think that other design that's the mountain range could probably do better with coming up with more of an emblem that communicates versus the crest, the circular coin or whatever that is. I think would be helpful.
You know, this is hard. I mean, this is hard for us to make this one decision for the whole community. A lot of good submissions, a lot of different ones. It was hard to narrow, I guess, out of all 7 of us, you were able to get these 5 as the most common ones that each of us probably had a majority like on. There were a lot of good ones, and it's hard to pick just one. I mean, this is a competition where we don't have to pick any of them if we don't want. I mean, we have that caveat in the rules, but it's nice to see what the community is submitting. And I think we need to try to do our best to try to see where we can go from these. And there's also the opportunity for us to do our own variants down the road, because we would own these logos. It's not like this is what it's going to be and that's what it has to be. You know, we have the opportunity to change it up, depending on the one we do pick, to vary it up. But you know, down the road, we can also have different variations of multiple different logos that we would add to or not. But I just want to make that kind of clear to everyone. This is hard.
Mr. Mayor, can I weigh in?
Yeah, Councilmember Wolford.
Okay, I wanted to throw my weight behind entry 22, which is tied for first. I agree with the vice mayor. This really hits simplicity, reproducibility. So if we were going to put these on town polos, for example, the meaning is deeper with the V. The other entry that's tied for first place, to me, echoes a ski town for some reason, and we have no snow. So I really, if it came down to it, out of these,
we can get a snow machine.
If we don't spend all our money in the budget.
It's not in the budget. We can't.
But I really thought that in terms of flipping the script on a logo, 22 really hit it out of the park. Now we could play with the colors a little bit. You know, we can maybe change the gray, but in terms of uniqueness and something that I don't think anyone would laugh at us. I mean, people have laughed at the other cities and their logos, but I don't think anyone would laugh at us with this one. So just my 2 cents.
On that topic, Councilmember Wolfer, I agree. That was one thing when you see the logo laid onto like actual signage or even that shirt, it just comes alive. And compared to if it's on a white background. I don't think it looks good on white. It looks good on that solid black, solid blue.
So one of the things that I can do is create another PowerPoint with the final 5, send you all an email so that you have time to think about it tonight, and then just give me additional feedback by Friday. Otherwise, I'm going to get to work, connect with the designers, and then come back to you on May 20th.
And I go forward, or one more. Like, I agree, maybe a different color scheme. It's really dark. Maybe something a little brighter or something. That might be something that we could massage this one into. And what's the one after that? The 5th place one? Same thing. Color changes might help that one out. I know they put a bunch of different colors there. They got what, 4, 5, 6 different versions. So I don't know, maybe not too much has to be done there, but yeah, it wasn't easy. I just want everyone to know this wasn't easy. And there's a whole wall in there, 66 different variants. So there was a lot. So we got a lot of community engagement, and I really liked some of the under 18 submissions. And I would like to do something with that. I think we've talked about that in the past, where having these youth that have submitted something, having that as an alternative for a youth council logo or something like that, because I thought some of them were pretty cool. I don't know what their ages were.
Official logo and an alternative.
Which the youth council in our budget that Gabe presented tonight, there was budgeted amount for a youth council. So I think an under 18 winner for a youth council logo that would be for that particular day, I think would be great.
Would we want like a separate meeting in consideration to tabulate?
Maybe send all the under 18 to the council members and have them do the same thing, pick their 5 and bring back a youth one as well.
I believe there was only 1, no more than 2 selected.
Yeah, but they were part of the whole gamut of 66, so it was hard to,
Yeah, but just to make it. Full range.
If I may say something, I just threw in my 2 cents here. I just want to share appreciation for those who did under 18. I thought that I looked at them. I thought they were great. I'd love to see us use those again for another thing. I do want to mention that, in my opinion, I think that for Arizona, I think that the mountain and the sun are pretty, and the cactus are used quite often. I feel like they're kind of just cliche. The V, yeah, that one is a little different design. I like having the mountain as long as it's like a recognizable peak that we have here, that we see here in Santan Valley. I wouldn't mind seeing something that like knowing what those represent, or what do the colors represent, what do the V represent. Is there anything in there for agriculture? I don't know. It's just my thoughts that a little bit different, but I just think that the cactus and the sun and the mountain are kind of more of the cliche, just almost overused quite a bit in Arizona.
Well, what about the ski mountains here?
That's a new one. Ski mountains are a new one. Yeah, I've not seen that in Arizona yet.
Well, you got to go to northern Arizona. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just for additional feedback for our designers, I know that orange is probably not the most favorite color. Is there another color you would like to stay away from?
Besides the orange-ish color, I don't know. Council?
I think 22 orange seems fine.
I like the.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the orange. Maybe just have different alternates on all of the logos with colors would probably be interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that. With the vice mayor having that logo in different colors might give a different perspective overall.
Kind of like the 5th place one has.
Yes, exactly. This one went all out to make sure that they had the different variants so that we could have it on a white shirt. But yeah, so this any other comments, changes or considerations? I mean, we'll have until Friday, 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. in the close day.
Clock works.
Okay, we'll do our best. But if you could also send the breakout of the youth ones under 18, that would be nice for us to also have that as a separate document. Okay. Well, if there's no further comments or questions on this, Councilmember Wolfert, you good?
I am good if we choose entry 22.
Wow. Well, you have to be in person for that to happen. No, I'm kidding.
Gosh darn it.
Okay. Thanks, Janet. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for the hard work and thanks for putting it together, all the work that you did, everyone and staff to get these all, 66 of them, guys, and they have it in a book and they put it in a PowerPoint presentation for us. So there's a lot of work that went involved and we appreciate that. So thank you for your hard work. Okay. Okay, we're going to move to item number 8, council member request for information and future agenda consideration. We identify matters for possible future agenda consideration and may request information or staff review through the town manager. No discussion, deliberation, or action will be taken at this time other than identifying topics for future consideration in accordance with Arizona open meeting law. So at this time, is there any future agenda item or discussion that, or request, I should say, from the council? Any at all? Okay, hearing none. We're going to move on to call to the public. This is item number 9 on the agenda. This is citizens desiring to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the town may do so at this time. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person, subject to adjustment based on time constraints or meeting management needs at the discretion of the mayor. All comments shall be addressed to the town council as a whole. At the conclusion of the call to public, individual council members may 1, respond to criticism made by those who have spoken, 2, direct staff to review or follow up on matter or on the matter, or 3, request that the matter be placed on a future agenda item. Arizona law prohibits any town resources, including staff time, equipment, and anything of value to influence an election. This prohibition applies to the call to public. At the council meeting, you may discuss a town issue, but do not advocate for a specific candidate or a ballot measure. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open this up. I do have one comment card. We will address this one first. This is from Noah James Markham. Is there a Noah James Markham in the audience? Okay, please come forward. Just go ahead and for purposes of our recording, if you would just state your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Aloha, Mayor, and to the rest of the City Council. My name is Noah James Markham. I am from the great blue city of Tempe. There's a lot of concerns here in Santan Valley. We need security cameras on our stoplights here in Santan Valley. I almost got beat up by some white kids because I was supporting Katie Hobbs in Santan Valley. Too bad if you don't like Democrats. Too bad. They're here to stay and they can keep on coming here. I ask that we have some Hawaiian restaurants here in Santan Valley, please, too. And also, we need to talk about the speed here. We need more security with the police officers here in Santan Valley. And we need to watch an eye out for this here. We also need to extend the light rail here in Santan Valley. Another thing is that if your police officers don't have body cameras, they need them as soon as possible. We also need to make sure that we are talking to our police about how to talk to someone with a disability. Mahalo and thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, don't worry. It sounded pretty solid. I don't think it broke. Okay. That's all the comment cards I have. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to? If you would, please come forward. We'll go with Jeannie here. State your name and that you do or don't live in the Santan Valley boundary, and you have 3 minutes.
Surprise. Hi, everybody. Is it working? So you didn't break it. Okay, I have a few questions. I'm Jeannie Stockton. I live in Johnson Ranch. Will there be a pilot project to verify the correct sales tax is being applied when the sales tax is applied? Because we know about 4 or 5 years ago, we had a tremendous debacle where we were being charged town of Queen Creek taxes instead of no taxes. Can you get an estimate from the county based on the half-cent sales tax that they had been collecting to give you any kind of a basis for the sales tax that we could potentially collect? What happens to buildings that were built in the town limits that are unpermitted? There's safety concerns. And with the onset of the granny pads, which I hope my son builds for me someday, there's been an uptick of buildings that are put in backyards. So are those safe? Do they have the right ingress and egress? And, you know, maybe you need to dig into that. Also, the peddlers and solicitors comments that were made about the codes. Is that going to apply to people that are running for political office that's going door to door to get signatures on the petitions or that are campaigning for votes? And the other thing with the HOAs on the parking, those CCNRs are put in place to fine people for not complying with the parking restrictions. Is the town going to be implementing an ordinance that is going to conflict with that? And will it bring a complete stop to them being able to fine for non-compliance? The other thing I would like to mention is I really liked the presentation on the budget. It goes to show the people in our community that we're not going to live paycheck to paycheck, that we're going to be planning for this stuff. And I think it's very wise to show people that we're not here just for, you know, today or tomorrow. We're here for the long haul. And I think that budget really reflected that. So other than that, I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience? I know we have someone in the back first, and then we'll go. Come on forward, state your name, and if you do or do not live in the town boundary, and you have 3 minutes.
Down on my
Is it working?
Working? Did I?
Robert? Okay.
My name is Brandy Hansen. I also go by Radish Mama, and I just recently started and founded a nonprofit organization called My Mother's Pantry. I have my co-founder here, and then I have another good friend here who also works with an organization that's a non-profit who helps nonprofits. So we were wondering, how can we work with the town? So organizing community events and what that could look like in collaboration with what we want to do to provide to our community here in Santan Valley. So I live in the foothills on the back end of the Santan Regional Park. So I'm in the suburban ranch area. We also were wondering if it would be possible to set like designated dates for charitable events without and sites without pre-approval. So to give you an example, like maybe the first Saturday of each quarter, charitable events can be here for X amount of time. Or is that something that we're going to have to continually ask to do? Or if it's something that we could help organize and ensure that everybody's following the proper protocols. Like we want to be able to deliver and really bring community together. That's something that's always been very near and dear to my heart. Another thing that we want to bring up is we did talk about this and we do appreciate the scale of the budget. But parks mean a lot. They mean a lot to moms and they mean a lot. It's not just a place where you take your kids. It's a place where you commune, where you build villages and you get to learn about people and come together without any political push. It's just, hey, nice to meet you. Your kid likes my kid. Like, let them hang out for a little while. So we definitely want to see more of that. We would definitely love to have a splash pad. If that's possible. Get that on the budget. It's hot here. We all know that. And not everybody can afford a pool in their backyard. So a splash pad would be great in Santan Valley, specifically for Santan Valley community members. We would also like to see a volunteer network. So that would be something I would love to help spearhead in any way if you guys needed the help. I have a pretty vast community. I've been out here in Santan Valley, before it was Santan Valley, for 23 years. So I have some friends that joke around and say you can't throw a rock far enough to not know who I am. We need to, so back to the volunteer network, we need to build a system to pull people in to support town charitable organizations. One last thing that we'd like to see is coffee with the council. It's something that we're here today to listen to what the council and the town is going to provide. We would love the opportunity for you guys to listen and hear us, but not with an agenda, just to get to know your actual community. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate that. You got some good comments there. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward? Please do so. State your name. If you live in the Santan Valley, and you have 3 minutes.
It's not easy for me. My name's Karen. I do live in Santan Valley. So good evening, everyone. I just wanted to, I'm gonna go backwards on my list in case I run out of time. I love the logos. They were amazing, and it was just wonderful to see so many people. I really wish you would do something. I had it written down in my notes before some of you brought it up with the young people. I think even if it's, I didn't realize that there was something on the budget for a junior council. Even if it's just like bags, canvas bags that the town may have eventually, something like that, that the younger people could be involved with. Number 5, I'm going to give my input on the logos. Number 5, I liked what it did because it showed where we came from and where we're going. I think that's very important to try and rule, and I know cactus and all that's been used a lot. Number 3, you want to be careful. It looks just like somebody else's logo for a local newspaper. I looked it up just before. I'm going to go to the beginning. The ISO rating discussion that Brent did. Will you and/or Rural Metro be working with EPCOR, as many of the hydrants, when a former company owned the utility, were dry, and some of them, they would not allow Rural Metro to test throughout the years, and some of them wouldn't even open when there was a fire because they had not been opened, or if they did, they broke, and Johnson Utilities, oops, I said their name, would fine them for those and make them repair the parts. So they were never allowed to just go and do that. So that's something I think needs to be taken care of. The question that is asked to me as I post the agenda on pages, is Zoom, it's offered for the council. Would it be offered for the public? I have shared that it is live stream, but I just wasn't sure. Fireworks. I think it's very odd, and I've argued with the county over the many years, that fireworks are allowed to be sold and shot off, but I can't burn in my backyard. But drunks on the street can just shoot off fireworks because it's allowed. I just find that ironic. If it's a no burn season, that causes fires. I know one year there was a house in Johnson Ranch that burned down. And my last item is parking. If, as it is right now, HOAs do trump on the parking policy over county and some of the towns. And if that's going to change, I'm not okay with it, but I'll understand it. But in the meantime, if it is going to stay the way it is, the police that represent Santan Valley, the sheriff, must understand which communities have parking rules and which do not. After that law came out and we had to vote on it, I believe only one HOA did not pass that. They need to be able to understand that what our rules are, because I know when people in each community call, it's like, oh, those are public streets. They don't have any say. They call the HOA, get their fines, etc. One of the ideas, I'll just address Tyler and then I'll be done, is we allowed guidelines to be drafted to allow driveway extensions. So it widened their driveways and covered some of that landscaping to be able to address some of those extra cars. Again, if you have 3-car garage. You already have 6 parking spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Is there anyone else in the audience? Please come forward, state your name. If you live in Santan Valley, and you will have 3 minutes too.
Hi, my name is Adelie Day. I do live in Santan Valley. I've approached you guys once before, so thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council people. I again am here from Santan Valley, live coming to bug you guys pretty much once a month. Just wanting to reiterate the importance of Parks and Rec, as well as baseball and all of the other children's sports that are in the valley. How important it is for us. Us alone, being last time we came here, we told you guys how much players we have. This year, we have so many that we are actually able to have 4 all-star teams, which we would love to be able to get in front of you guys just to meet, or some kind of meet and greet for something like that, even coming to a city meeting. We are in the midst of choosing that, and it'll be finalized this middle of this month. So again, we would love to come out here, show you guys what these kids are and what we're doing. We represent Santan Valley because that's in our name. It's on our logos. It's everywhere. So we really would like to partner with you guys in the Parks and Rec and everything we can do. We do have some issues with fieldings, like we said before. Currently, we are renting out 2 of the schools' fields for us here. These schools, even though we're paying rent, they don't maintain them like we need to. We have gopher holes. We have lots of issues. I have a field that I can't even get water to, even though it's on school grounds, because they don't have the maintenance to help us there. So just again, it's something that we want you guys to keep remembering and keep it in mind. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing or hearing none, I am going to close the public comment portion and bring it back to the council if there's anything that they heard that they would like to have put on a future agenda item or be addressed.
I'd like to ask staff to work to bring those all-star teams before the council for us to be able to have them come to one of these public meetings in the future.
And I'll just say a comment that I think the council would love to have the opportunity to go out to the community and meet people and meet and greet or whatever we want to call it, and be around and let them get to know us and we get to know them. So I don't think that's a problem. Just scheduling probably. I know some of these things that were addressed, I know that we already kind of probably have a notion of where the answers are or where they need to go. So I don't know if we need to put anything on a future agenda item in my book, but any other council member have anything? Councilmember Wolfert? I hope you're alive. He has not been feeling well, so we're going to assume he's okay then. Okay. With that, that's going to bring us to item number 10, executive session. The town council may vote to convene into executive session for the following items. Item number A, discussion and consultation with town attorney on negotiations of potential intergovernmental agreements with Pinal County for continuation of various services pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and 4. Item number B, discussion and consultation with town attorney regarding legal options and strategy related to town zoning ordinance pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and 4. Item number C, discussion and consultation with the town attorney regarding legal options and strategy related to the comprehensive land use plans and general plans pursuant also to ARS 38-431.03 A3 and 4. And finally, item number D, discussion and consultation with town attorney regarding legal options and strategy related to food tax option and strategy also pursuant to the same ARS 38-431.03 A3 and 4. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor, I motion we move to executive session.
Okay, is there a second? We get a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, it sounds like the ayes have it. We will go into exec session. We will let the public know that we will be returning back for item number 11 on the agenda item, which is action agenda before adjournment. So we are now in executive session. Situated.
There's a whole nother, so.
Okay. Got my, that working on? Okay, do I have a motion to reconvene into regular session out of executive session?
Reconvene out of executive session into regular session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. We are now in regular session. We're gonna go to item number 11. This is our action agenda item. We're gonna start with item number A, ordinance number 2026-03, adoption of citizen review process for zoning ordinance. This will be a possible action to adopt this ordinance, establishing the citizen review process for the town's initial zoning ordinance. Do we have any discussion, questions, or motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 2026-03, adoption of the citizen review process for the zoning ordinance.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay, item number B. Do we have a motion to move this to a future council meeting?
Mayor, I move that we move resolution number 2026-18 to the next council meeting.
Councilmember, the proper motion would be to table that item to the next regularly scheduled meeting, which is May 20th.
So moved.
So we have a motion to table item number B, resolution number 2026-18 to our March 20th council meeting. May 20th council meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We will table that resolution to the May 20th council meeting. Okay, item number C, resolution number 2026-19, intergovernmental agreement with Pinal County for detention services. This will be the possible action to adopt this resolution approving an IGA with Pinal County for the provisions of detention services. Any discussion, questions, or motion?
I move to adopt resolution 2026-19, authorizing the town of Santan Valley to enter into the IGA with Pinal County for detention services at Pinal County Sheriff's Office Detention Center, and authorize mayor to execute all docs related to it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution number 2026-19. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay, item number D, resolution number 2026-20, an intergovernmental agreement or IGA with Pinal County for radio dispatch services. This will be an action to adopt this resolution approving an IGA with Pinal County for the provision of a radio dispatch services. Questions, comments, motion?
I move to adopt 2026-20, authorizing the town of Santan Valley to enter into the IGA with Pinal County for law enforcement radio dispatch services.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Item number E, resolution number 2026-21, intergovernmental agreement, IGA with Pinal County for animal control services. This is a possible action to adopt this resolution to approve this IGA with Pinal County for animal control services. Is there any discussion, questions, Or do we have a motion?
Mayor, I motion that we pass resolution number 2026-21 intergovernmental agreement IGA with Pinal County for animal control services.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second for resolution number 2026-21. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Okay, so we are now through our action agenda items. That is all we have left on this meeting's agenda. Is there a motion for adjournment?
We adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, meeting is adjourned.
Back to procedural question now.